Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
You know that thing you tell yourself when you hear a noise at night? It's just the cat. I need you to remember the last time you said that, or at least thought it. The house went a little too quiet. Something clicked in the kitchen or in the hallway. Your heart jumped for half a second, and then you pushed it down with that one stupid sentence. It's just the cat. It's just the pipes. It's just the neighbors. I did that for years. I live alone in a small third-floor apartment just outside Columbus, Ohio. My whole life is screens and humming machines, office air vents, server rooms, the buzz from cheap fluorescent lights, the low rumble of the fridge when I finally get home. At night, my soundtrack is the same every time. Box fan in the doorway, HVAC kicking on and off, Milo my cat knocking something off the counter at 3 in the morning. So when a fork hit the kitchen floor at 2:49 a.m. one Tuesday night, I did not get up. I did not check the door or the windows or the hallway. I pulled the blanket up, stared at the red digits of my alarm clock, and mumbled what I always mumble. It's just the cat. Except it wasn't. A week later, I watched security footage of my hallway and saw a tall figure in a hoodie standing just out of frame of the camera right outside my door at 2:49 a.m. They never looked up. They never knocked. They just stood there like they were listening. I should have moved then. I should have called the police or a friend or anyone. Instead, I decided I needed a break from city noise. I packed a tent, drove out to a national forest a couple hours away, turned my phone to airplane mode, and hiked until I could not hear a single car. No sirens, no neighbors, no upstairs footsteps, just wind leaves and the kind of silence you tell yourself is safe. And that is where this story really starts. In the middle of the woods alone in a tent, when an old walkie-talkie I did not bring started hissing from inside my backpack. And a voice on the other end repeated the one sentence I thought only I ever said in the dark. 1.1. Why I am writing this down now, I am not sending this to the police. If you are hearing this, it means I sent it to a horror channel on YouTube instead of filing a report or trying to convince some detective that what kept me awake at night was more than bad dreams and old plumbing. I am not looking for justice. I just need there to be a record of what happened somewhere outside my head and outside my apartment. My name is Eric. I am 33 years old. I work IT support for a logistics company outside Columbus, Ohio. On paper, my life is aggressively normal. My alarm goes off at 6:30 every weekday, same cheap chime on the same cracked Android. I make coffee, skim my inbox, and join everybody else on I-270. By 8, I am under fluorescent lights in an open-plan office. The sound there is constant HVAC rushing through vents. Lights, buzzing keyboards, clacking phones, ringing in the same 3-note chime. The break room fridge rattles when its compressor kicks on. Most of my day is slow, Wi-Fi locked accounts printers that refuse to cooperate. I remote into strangers' desktops and listen to them breathe into their headsets while I move their mouse. It is a lot of noise, but it is predictable. Every sound has an obvious source. Nothing in that building whispers from behind a wall. I did not realize how much I depended on that until I started paying attention to the sounds waiting for me at home. My apartment is on the 3rd floor of a beige building off East Dublin Granville Road. When you open the door, you step into a narrow entry and a small kitchen electric stove, a strip of counter, a white refrigerator that hums louder than it should. Straight ahead is a short hallway with a thermostat in the middle of the wall and a sliding door closet that complains with a long wooden sigh whenever you move it. At the end is my bedroom, barely big enough for a bed and dresser. There is a box fan that lives in the doorway. Even in winter, I turn it on at night, not for the air, but for the noise. Off the living room is a small balcony overlooking the parking lot and the main road. At night, if I crack the glass door, I can hear the soft hiss of tires, an occasional rev, a siren fading somewhere far away. Inside the building has its own soundtrack. The fridge compressor kicks on with a heavy click, then settles into a steady buzz. The HVAC breathes through the vents in short, regular gusts. The guy upstairs walks like he is wearing lead boots, each step a dull thud over my head. The elevator at the end of the hall dings once every time it reaches my floor, even at 2 a.m. Pipes tick in the walls when someone showers. For a long time, all of that blended into a background I found comforting. Those mechanical noises meant the place was alive in a boring way. They meant whatever creaked or shifted or tapped around me probably had an explanation I did not need to get out of bed to find. The only unpredictable thing in that whole system was Milo. Milo is my cat. Gray and white, lanky, yellow-green eyes. Around 3 a.m, almost every night, he does his laps, launches off the back of the couch, gallops down the hallway, jumps onto the kitchen counter, knocks something into the sink, paws at the bedroom door if I have dared to close it. If a door is shut, he scratches at it like someone trying the handle from the other side. Because of Milo, my brain built a shortcut. Anytime I heard a noise that did not fit the pattern exactly, a clink in the sink, a muffled thump from the hallway, a faint scrape from the closet, I did not sit up and listen. I did not go check. I mumbled the same 3 words into the pillow and let the fan drown everything else out. It's just the cat. I have said that half asleep more times than I can count. It has covered everything from ice dropping in the freezer to what was probably my upstairs neighbor dropping his phone. I do not believe in ghosts. I never have. Old houses settle pipes, bang cheap buildings, make weird sounds. It's just the cat was my adult version of that logic. 4 little words I could throw at anything that rattled in the dark. The problem and the reason I am talking to you now is that I kept using those words long after something in my apartment realized how useful they were. I am not asking you to believe me yet. I just need you to understand how easy I made it, how thoroughly I trained myself to stay put. The first time I should have known better was a Tuesday night. I was alone on the couch TV on some forgettable show laugh track, bubbling just loud enough to blur the edges of the room. Milo was asleep in a warm knot against my leg. Out of the dark hallway, I heard the closet doors drag open just a few inches. That slow, splintery creak, I know better than any other sound in that place. My hand was already on the arm of the couch. My body had started to stand before my brain even named the noise. For a second, the hair on my arms lifted, every bit of me waiting to hear it again. That was when Milo chose to wake up. He bolted off my lap and tore across the floor toward the bedroom claws, skittering on laminate. I sank back down. I let out a breath I'd been holding without realizing it, and I heard myself say it automatically, the way you repeat a line you have rehearsed 1,000 times. Relax. It's just the cat. It was not. That was the first red flag. I stepped right over it, and whatever was sharing that apartment with us learned exactly how easy I was to live with. 1.2. The night I slept through a break-in. The night I am about to tell you about happened about 2 months before I ever set foot in that forest. At the time, it was just another long Tuesday. It only turned into the night after I knew what time the hallway camera caught somebody outside my door. That night I did not get home until almost 10. We had a ticket storm at work. Printer servers down, warehouse labelers, offline drivers calling in because their handheld scanners would not sync. The building emptied around 6. I stayed hunched over a desk under buzzing lights while the HVAC cycled on and off above my head, humming in my bones. By the time I finally walked out, the parking lot was mostly empty, just my car and a few lonely sedans reflecting the orange glow of the light poles. When I stepped into my apartment, the usual smell of my place hit me first. Stale coffee, microwave dinners, that faint dusty scent from the carpet they pretend to shampoo twice a year. The fridge was humming. Upstairs, my neighbor was stomping back and forth, making that hollow drum beat through the ceiling. Somewhere down the hall, a TV was playing a game show, too loud laughter bleeding through drywall. I dropped my bag on the chair, kicked my shoes off, and nuked a frozen meal. The microwave beeped, fan whining, cheap plastic tray popping as it warped. I ate in front of the TV, not really tasting anything, just eyes glazed over YouTube thumbnails, clicking on whatever true crime video the algorithm shoved in front of me. A girl talking about some unsolved disappearance. Security footage timestamps. Words like vanished and last seen alive floated out of the screen while my fork scraped the bottom of the tray. At some point, Milo hopped up, planted himself between me and the TV, and headbutted my chin until I scratched behind his ears. He purred like a little engine. These are the details I remember because they were the last truly normal noises in my life. By midnight, the building had quieted down. The game show down the hall went off. The neighbor upstairs stopped stomping. Even the road outside calmed, just an occasional hiss of tires on East Dublin Granville. The fridge clicked, went silent for a second, then kicked on again. I rinsed my dish in the sink, listened to the water slap metal, then turned everything off: TV, kitchen light, living room lamp. The apartment shrank to the sound of the box fan in my bedroom doorway and the low rush of the HVAC. The kind of sound blanket you stop noticing until someone rips it away. I scrolled Reddit in bed for too long, that blue light burned behind my eyes until the headlines started swimming. Milo curled up in the dip behind my knees. The last time I remember checking my phone, the clock said 1:23 a.m. Around 1:30, I woke up to a noise from the kitchen. Woke is probably the wrong word. It was more like my brain surfaced halfway from sleep, and one specific sound poked through the fan noise. It was a single sharp clink, the unmistakable ring of metal hitting tile, bouncing once and settling. If you have ever dropped a fork in a quiet room, you know exactly what I mean. Not a heavy crash, just a clear, bright tink with a tiny echo. For a second, I froze. My eyes were still closed, but I was suddenly aware of my whole body, of the cold air on my face, of Milo's weight, warm against my legs. The fan hummed. The HVAC paused, sighed, and shut off, leaving a short vacuum of silence. I did not sit up. I did not swing my legs out of bed. I did not even open my eyes. "Milo, knock it off," I muttered, throat-dry voice half buried in the pillow. My hand patted around near my legs, expecting fur. I did not feel him. I assumed he had hopped down to chase some imaginary bug and clipped a fork off the counter. That is what my brain decided in that fogged-over second. What I did not register, what I would only realize weeks later replaying that moment in my head, was that Milo had been asleep at my feet. When I mumbled at him, he did not jump back onto the bed. He was already there. I told off a cat that had not moved. The silence after the clink stretched for a beat longer than felt right. No scramble of claws, no second noise, no soft meow. Just the fan reclaiming the room. "It's just the cat," I whispered into my pillow. because saying it made the world make sense again. The phrase dropped into the dark and stayed there like a coin falling into water, too deep to hear it hit the bottom. Sometime after that, I drifted back under. I do not know how long I lay there listening for another sound. I only know that the next time I woke up, the sky outside the blinds was faintly gray, and my alarm was insisting it was 6:30 a.m., like nothing strange had happened at all. Morning routine, shuffle to the kitchen. The fridge hummed behind me while the coffee maker dripped that slow, almost soothing plink of dark liquid into the glass pot. My head throbbed with that particular ache you get from shallow, broken sleep. I poured a mug turned toward the living room and stopped. One of the upper cabinets over the sink was open. Not wide, not someone forgot and left it swinging, but just cracked enough to see the dark line of the gap. I hate leaving cabinets open. It is one of those dumb little habits I am fussy about. Even half asleep, I closed doors and drawers all the way without thinking. There was also a mug sitting on the counter that did not belong there. A blue one I usually keep 3 spots in from the right hanging on a hook inside the cabinet. Now it sat directly under the open door handle turned outward like someone had set it down carefully. The fork I heard in the night was on the floor under the counter. Not at an angle like it had bounced wild, but lined up almost parallel to the cabinet baseboard. The hair on the back of my neck prickled. I told myself, "You were tired. You got up for a snack and do not remember it. Maybe you made coffee in the middle of the night, sleepwalking, whatever." These are the stories you tell yourself when the other options are worse. I closed the cabinet door with a soft thud, put the mug in the sink, and bent down to pick up the fork. The tile was cold on my bare feet. For a second crouched there, I became aware of how quiet the apartment was. The fridge had cycled off. The HVAC was between breaths. No upstairs footsteps, no road noise, just the faint ringing in my ears. I caught a flash of the front door from where I was. The deadbolt was vertical locked. The handle was turned down in its natural resting place. The chain, though the chain that I always slide across before bed, out of habit, hung loose. The little hook was empty, the chain itself dangling, swaying slightly, like it had been bumped not long ago. I stood up too fast, stomach swooping. The room tilted for a second. "You were tired," I told myself again. "You forgot the chain. You must have opened that cabinet set, the mug down, dropped the fork. You did it. Nobody else." I walked to the door, lifted the chain, set it back in its bracket. The little metal clack as it seated sounded way too loud in the morning stillness. On my way out later, heading down the stairs with my work bag, I scanned the hallway. Same beige walls, same framed evacuation plan, same exit sign humming faintly. The elevator at the far end dinged once and opened to an empty car. The building looked exactly as safe as it had the day I moved in. That afternoon at the office, while I pretended to care about yet another password reset, one of my coworkers mentioned in passing that there had been a string of car break-ins in our complex. Smashed windows, glove boxes rifled through, nothing huge, stolen but enough to make people nervous. "Guess nowhere's safe," he laughed, shaking his head. "I'm just glad I'm on the 3rd floor. Harder to get to." I nodded along my mind, suddenly replaying that dangling chain, that open cabinet. After work, I walked slower than usual from my car to the building entrance. I noticed the little black dome cameras in the lobby corners for the first time in months. You have to swipe a key fob to get into our building. That fact used to comfort me. That night it felt flimsy, like a lock on a cardboard box. In the elevator, the fluorescent light buzzed overhead. The car chimed softly as it passed each floor. When it opened on 3, the hallway was empty and too quiet. My footsteps thudded dully on the carpet. As I walked past the front door to my unit, I slid my key in the lock and paused, listening. Behind the door, I thought I heard the faintest echo of a sound I could not quite place, like the leftover ring of metal on tile stretched thin over hours. It would be another week before I saw the camera footage and learned there really had been someone standing outside my door that night. But even now, looking back, I can feel it that exact second when I chose to keep all of it small in my mind. If I had gotten up when I heard that fork hit the floor, if I had walked into that dark kitchen instead of talking to a sleeping cat, I would have seen something I am still not sure I ever wanted to see. 1.3. The CCTV clip. About a week after the fork night, I got an email from building management. Subject line: security reminder. Please read. It was one of those mass messages you barely skim most of the time. Lock your doors, do not let strangers in behind you, trash, pickup schedule, corporate-sounding nonsense. I opened it on my phone while stirring sugar into my coffee, half-awake box fan, still humming faintly from the bedroom. The second paragraph made my stomach dip. We would like to remind all residents to keep their unit doors locked at all times. Last Tuesday at approximately 2:50 a.m., an unidentified individual was observed on security cameras in the third-floor hallway near units 307 through 11. No incidents of forced entry have been reported, but please exercise caution and report any suspicious activity to the office. My apartment is 309. Coffee suddenly smelled like nothing. My kitchen blurred at the edges for a second. I read the paragraph again, slower, letting each word land. Last Tuesday. 2:50 a.m., third-floor hallway. The fork had hit the floor around 1:30, but I remembered waking up again later, some vague sense of noise, an elevator ding, a buzz from the hall, something like that. I had rolled over and smothered it with the same old line. Someone getting home late. Just normal apartment life. Now I could not stop picturing my front door as I had seen it that morning. Chain loose, mug, moved cabinet, cracked open. I should have ignored it. I should have filed the email away with all the others. Instead, I found myself walking downstairs after work, clutching my key fob like a talisman as I headed for the leasing office. The office is wedged beside the lobby glass door, fake plant in the corner. A little counter stacked with glossy pamphlets, showing smiling people grilling by the pool that never actually opens on time in summer. Behind the desk that afternoon was a guy I had never seen before, mid-30s polo shirt, with the complex logo, a security badge clipped to his belt. The room smelled like paper and old coffee. There was a small cluster of monitors on the back wall, 4 screens tiled into grids of black and white images, parking lot angles, lobby stairwells, hallway views. One screen was dark in the top right, a camera label flickering. Cam 12? No signal. Hey, I said, already feeling stupid? I got the email about the hallway thing, the one from last Tuesday night. He glanced at me over his keyboard. Yeah, third floor right. Yeah, I'm 309. I hesitated, searching for a way to sound reasonable. It mentioned somebody on camera. Is there any way I can see that clip just to know what we're talking about? He squinted for half a second, then shrugged. I mean, sure, long as you don't record it or whatever. Management just doesn't want us handing it out. But I can show you. He stood up and moved to the monitor bank, tapping a few keys on the little console. One of the screens changed, rewinding in jerky jumps. People walking through the hallway during the day, a delivery guy hauling a box, timestamps in the corner running backward. What time did they say, he asked? Like 2:50 in the morning, I said. Last Tuesday. He stopped, typed in the date, dragged the time scrubber. The hallway appeared empty, washed in gray. The time in the lower right corner read 2:47:13 a.m. The numbers ticked forward. Seeing the hallway like that flattened into grainy grayscale, no sound, no color, hit a part of my brain that had not caught up yet. I recognized the patterned carpet, the fire extinguisher cabinet, the slightly crooked stairwell sign, and the door that was just out of frame to the right. That would be mine. We watched. After about 30 seconds, the elevator at the far end of the hall chimed silently on screen, and its doors opened. The car looked empty. No one stepped out. The doors closed again. Timestamp 2:48:02 a.m. My throat went dry. Another 15 seconds. The stairwell door on the left edge of the frame eased open just a crack. A hand appeared first, pale, long fingers, no ring. Then a shoulder, a shape of someone in a dark hood up head dipped. They stepped far enough out that I could see they were tall, but the angle of the camera cut their face off at the nose. All I could make out was the lower half of a mouth, the hint of a chin. No defining features. The person did not walk down the hall. They did not go toward the elevator or the trash chute. They slid along the wall, staying in the narrow strip the camera barely covered, and then stopped, just outside the full view, right where off-camera my front door would be. I watched the numbers creep 2:48:37, 2:49:05, 2:49:26. The figure leaned slightly forward, weight shifting, their head tilted like they were listening at a door. I could not see the door itself, but I knew the exact height of the peephole, the position of the deadbolt. The image made my skin crawl. We watched in silence for what felt like a long time. In reality, it was maybe 30-40 seconds. The figure didn't knock, didn't ring a bell, didn't jostle the handle. They just stood in that blind spot, their shoulder and arm barely inside the corner of the frame, as if they knew exactly where the camera's reach ended. I remembered lying in bed at that exact time, the apartment quiet, the box fan loud in my ears. I remembered thinking I was sure of it now that I had heard the elevator ding at a weird hour. I remembered not opening my eyes. My palms were sweating. I wiped them on my jeans. On screen, the person finally leaned back. They melted sideways into the stairwell doorway again, hood dipping as if glancing down the stairs. Then the door eased shut behind them, and the hallway went back to empty gray carpet and blank doors. The timestamp stopped at 2:49:51 a.m. The security guy made a small, unconcerned sound. "Yeah, that's the one. That's near my unit," I said, though I was sure he knew that from my earlier mention. "Yeah, we think they were just checking doors. Kids, maybe. Or someone drunk tried the wrong floor. No one reported any break-ins, no damage. Management just wanted to remind people not to leave stuff propped open." "Right," I said. My voice sounded thin even to me. "Right." He gave a half shrug, hands already going back to the keyboard to close the clip. "We'll keep an extra eye for a bit. Cameras are rolling. If it happens again, we'll have more to go on. In the meantime, just, keep your chain on." The casual tone made me want to laugh and scream at the same time. Keep your chain on. Like I had not found mine hanging loose that morning. On the walk back to my apartment, the hallway looked the same as it had on the monitor, long, bland, anonymous. Beige walls, matching doors, the silent elevator at one end, the stairwell door at the other. My footsteps were soft on the carpet. Nobody else was around. For all I knew, a camera was watching me right then, flattening me into grayscale. In the middle of the hall, I slowed. There, directly between the staircase door and my unit, was the fire alarm speaker. A white plastic circle set into the ceiling, little perforated holes spiraling out from the center. I had walked under it 1,000 times without really seeing it. I stopped under it, now looking up. The AC vent down the hall rattled faintly. The light from the exit sign made a red reflection in one of the speaker's screws. If I had not been listening for it, I might have missed it. It was that small. a tiny hiss. Just a thread of sound, like somebody breathing out through their teeth far away, or like the sound you get when you turn the volume way up on a speaker before you plug anything in. Static, but so faint it could have been inside my own ears. I took one step back. The hiss cut off. I stepped forward again. Nothing. I told myself it was my imagination, that my heart thudding in my chest was masking and unmasking the noise. I unlocked my door, shut it behind me, and slid the chain across until it clicked. The metal-on-metal sound, usually comforting, felt flimsy now, like tapping a spoon against a locked car door and calling it security. That night, lying in bed, the apartment's soundtrack felt all wrong. The fridge buzzed in the kitchen. The fan droned. Milo shifted at the end of the bed tag on his collar, tinkling as he scratched his neck. I watched the red digits of the clock change: 1:24, 1:29, 1:32. At some point, the HVAC sighed and shut off. For 3-4 seconds, there was nothing but the tick of a pipe and the faint hum in my own ears. From the kitchen, I heard the softest, tiniest click. Not a fork this time. Something smaller. Maybe a glass as it settled on the counter. Maybe a cabinet hinge shifting as wood cooled. It was the kind of sound I used to bury without a second thought. My mouth moved before my brain fully caught up. The old phrase rose like muscle memory. It's just I stopped. The words snagged in my throat. Because all I could see in my mind, overlaid on the dark ceiling above me, was that frozen frame, a tall figure in a hoodie standing just outside the camera's eye, listening at my door at 2:49 a.m. While I lay here in this same bed, muttering reassurances to an animal that had slept through the whole thing. For the first time since I moved into that apartment, I did not finish the sentence. I lay there in the half-silence fan, humming heart-racing, and realized the sounds of my safe home might not be random at all. They might be what it sounds like when someone else knows exactly how much I am willing to ignore. 2. 1. The work week that broke me. If the night of the fork and the hallway clip cracked something in me, the week that followed finished the job. It started on a Monday that never really ended. At 8:02 a.m., I badged into the office and walked into a wall of noise. All 4 of our help desk phones were already ringing. The big screen on the far wall, the one that normally sits there showing a calm dashboard of green check marks, was blotched with red and orange. Someone had pasted a sticky note under it that just said, "Nope." Our warehouse network had gone down overnight. That meant label printers, offline handheld scanners stuck in some limbo between connected and not recognized, and a couple hundred people who could not ship anything until we made the little blinking lights behave again. From my desk, the soundscape was like being inside a pinball machine. Phones trilled with the same 3-note chime overlapping into a kind of shrill chorus. Chat notifications chimed on our computers little bloop-bloop sounds as managers pinged us ASAP and urgent and in every channel. The big Kyocera printer to my left, Word clicked, spat out stacks of error reports. The break room coffee machine gurgled pathetically every time someone slapped the brew button a little harder than necessary. Above all, that the building itself hummed. The HVAC system droned through the vents overhead, a constant low rush, like distant highway noise. The fluorescent lights buzzed just enough to sit on the back of your skull. If you stood absolutely still and held your breath, you could hear it, a thin, electric whine simmering under everything. I spent the morning bouncing from one panicked call to another. A warehouse supervisor in Indiana yelled into his headset so loudly I had to pull mine away from my ear. A driver somewhere in Kentucky kept saying, "So what do I do if the screen is just frozen on this barcode, like repeating it might conjure a manual override?" I remote-controlled into desktop after desktop, watching the cursor flicker and hang little spinning circles, trying to convince me they were doing their best. Every time I thought we had a handle on one problem, some other system alert chimed in my inbox. Outage notice. Response required. ETR unknown. Lunchtime came and went as a concept. Around 2 p.m., my manager stuck his head over my cubicle wall and said, "I'm really gonna need you to be a rock star this week, man." Like that was an actual sentence. His email earlier had ended with, "Let's get this turned around ASAP." I started to hate the word ASAP with a level of intensity that felt disproportionate to the syllables. By late afternoon, my eyes burned from staring at screens. The light from the monitors smeared when I blinked. There was a ringing at the edge of my hearing that had nothing to do with the phones. It was like the office air vents had crawled inside my head. Every time the HVAC cycled off for a second, leaving a thin pocket of silence, my brain jolted in surprise, then clenched when the rush of air came back. In the middle of all that, I found myself thinking about trees. Not metaphorically, literally trees. A picture I had seen once of a trail cutting through a stand of pines, everything green and open. No fans, no phones. The loudest thing, the wind, maybe a bird. The image slid in and out of my mind between support tickets like a screensaver. By the time I finally left that day, the sky over the parking lot was already dark. Sodium lights buzzed above my car. The sound of the highway nearby was a constant whoosh, layered over by the faint squeal of brakes, a horn 3 lanes over. I dropped into the driver's seat, closed the door, and for a second, just sat there with the key in my hand, engine off. The quiet inside the car was strange. Not true quiet. There was still the ticking of cooling metal, the faint hiss of air sneaking in around the door seal, but it was different from the office. Less crowded. My head still rang, though. The office noises had dug in. Nights that week were worse. I stopped sleeping straight through. Every night, sometime between 2 and 3, I would snap awake for no clear reason. My heart would be pounding like I had been running. I would lie there, sweat cooling on my neck, trying to figure out what had pulled me out of whatever shallow dream I had been in. The apartment has its own ebb and flow in those hours. The HVAC will sigh and shut off, and for 3-4 seconds the background noise drops to almost nothing. That little vacuum is when you hear everything else, the tick of cooling pipes, a car turning into the lot outside the neighbor upstairs, shifting in his sleep. One night, the Tuesday of that week, I woke up right in the middle of one of those pauses. Fans still droning, but the vent was quiet fridge between cycles. The air felt weirdly thick. From the hallway just outside my bedroom door, I heard the faintest sound, a tiny click like a coat hanger lightly bumped on the metal rod inside the closet. Not the long scrape of the doors sliding, just that one little tap of plastic on metal. My eyes were wide open in the dark. I could see the rectangle of gray where the door stood half open. Milo was a warm loaf at the bottom of the bedtail, twitching once. Every coherent thought in my head stacked up behind the same sentence. "It's just the cat," I whispered automatically, even though the weight of him was right there. My brain refused to line those facts up. The phrase preempted the data. It always did. Milo did not move. The closet did not creak again. The vent kicked back on with a soft shudder, and the fragile part of me that had been listening too hard took the opportunity to roll over and pretend it had imagined the whole thing. Another night that week, Wednesday or Thursday, I had stopped tracking the days. The thing that woke me up was not a sound, but a picture. I was dreaming I was standing in my bedroom doorway, looking out into the dark hallway. The apartment was absolutely still, quieter than it ever is when everything is working. I could see the faint outline of the front door down the hall, the glint of the peephole. In the dream, the hallway was just a little too long, the door a little too far away. There was someone standing in front of it. I could not make out their face, just the idea of a person, a taller, darker patch against the dark. They were turned slightly toward my door like they knew exactly where I was watching. And they were waiting. Not trying the handle, not knocking, just listening. I woke up with the image still burned behind my eyelids, a hooded shape, the suggestion of shoulders, the way their head was angled. The box fan whirred. The digital clock glowed 3:02 a.m. in red. For a few seconds, I did not move. I felt like if I turned my head toward the doorway, the dream would still be there, hanging on reality. My breath sounded too loud in my own ears. Then I heard a faint crackle from the direction of the thermostat in the hall. Not a pop from the plastic case, not the low whoosh of air starting up. This was different. A tiny burst of static, like interference in a speaker turned way down, or like when you hold a cheap radio too close to another electronic and it catches some ghost of a signal. It was so brief, I almost convinced myself it did not happen. A half second of hiss, nothing more. As soon as I pushed myself up on one elbow, it stopped. I stared at the dark doorway. Milo, irritated at the movement, jumped down and padded out toward the hall, tail high silent. He paused near the threshold, sniffed the air, then wandered off toward the living room like nothing was wrong. "You're losing it," I told myself under my breath. Too much screen time. That was how I found myself sitting up in bed at 3 a.m, phone in hand, not because I could not sleep, but because I was trying not to listen. I started pulling up YouTube, scrolling past cooking videos and game clips until I hit the horror channels. It felt like a bad idea. It also felt like exactly the kind of noise my brain wanted. Someone else's monsters. Someone else's hallway footage. People with calm voices telling stories about things in the walls, things at the window, things nobody else believed. I started playing them quietly through my earbuds, lying there in the dark, while some stranger recounted break-ins and woods and strange phone calls. I could still hear my own building under it, the click of the fridge, the cycle of the vent, but the stories layered over those sounds like a second soundtrack. Ironically, the more paranoid those videos made me, the less crazy I felt. The comments were full of people saying, "I hear noises at night too." I thought I was the only one. There was a weird comfort in the idea that if something was wrong in my apartment, it fit a pattern. I was not inventing a genre. I was just starring in a bad episode. By Friday, my head felt like a shell someone had been knocking on all week. Phones, fans, voices, static that might have been real or might have been the AC. When my manager dropped another ASAP in my inbox about some non-critical software update, I stared at the word until it blurred into gibberish. The picture of trees came back clearer. A trailhead sign. Dirt under my boots instead of synthetic carpet. Wind in branches instead of recycled office air. A silence that was not the thin, held breath kind between mechanical cycles, but actual space full of leaves and sky. I did not think I'm running away from my apartment. That would have required admitting my apartment was something to run from. What I thought, sitting there with my headset crooked on one ear and the printer whining behind me, was much simpler. I need quiet. I need a place where if I hear a twig snap, I will not be able to blame it on a cat that is already asleep at my feet. 2.2. Planning an escape into the woods. The decision, when it finally arrived, did not feel like a decision at all. It felt like a tab I opened by accident. It was Thursday lunch hour, if you can call wolfing down a vending machine sandwich at my desk lunch. The office hum was the same as always. Phones, vents, fluorescent buzz, and my inbox was stacked with tickets marked "High Priority" in all caps. My eyes were skipping from subject line to subject line without really reading any of them. Instead of opening the next request, I opened a new browser tab. In the search bar, almost before I knew what I was doing, I typed quiet camping near Columbus, Ohio. It was such a simple phrase. Quiet camping. I watched the words sit there for a second, then hit enter like I was doing something much braver. Search results bloomed listicles about best Ohio state parks for camping blogs, with smiling families around fire pits, people reviewing their RV hookups like it was a religion. I scrolled past those until I saw a name that came up more than once: Wayne National Forest. I clicked. Pictures loaded trees, rolling hills, patches of sunlight on ferns. The kind of green you can feel behind your eyes. The official site talked about trails and designated campgrounds, rules about firewood, that sort of thing. That was fine, but I kept scrolling down past the polished stuff into forum threads and old posts from people who liked their woods less organized. On some barely maintained camping forum, in between arguments about stoves and best cheap tents, there was a thread about dispersed camping near Columbus need real quiet. Someone had posted GPS coordinates and mentioned a couple of unofficial spots off some county roads. Pictures were attached to clearing under tall oaks, a dirt pull-off with room for a couple cars, a faint path disappearing into thicker woods. I clicked through every photo like a starving person scrolling food. No walls, no upstairs neighbor, no camera angles showing my door at 2:49 a.m. Just ground and sky and a kind of distance I could taste. I told myself I would just look, just save a pin for someday. Instead, I found myself opening another tab and checking the forecast. Clear. Cool nights, mild days. No mention of storms. The idea settled in my head with a weight that felt like relief one night. Solo camping, one night only. Drive down Saturday afternoon, hike and sleep hike out Sunday. No big backpacking expedition, no multiple nights to get weird in my own head. Just a reset button. My brain immediately started listing objections. You have not camped alone in years. You do not know those trails. What about the break-ins in the parking lot here? What about that thing with the hallway camera? Should you really be going alone anywhere right now? But the alternative was staying in the apartment, lying awake at 2 a.m, listening to the HVAC gasp and the fridge cut out, and the static that may or may not have been anything at all. Out there, if something creaked, it would be a tree. If something snapped underfoot, it would be a branch. If I heard breathing, at least it would be my own out in the open, not bouncing off drywall. That was the logic I used sitting there in my office chair with crumbs on my keyboard. I did not think I am running away from my apartment. I thought I am going to go somewhere that makes more sense. Just for a night. The only person I told was a coworker in passing, more as a joke than anything. We were waiting for the printer together, watching it spit out paper like it was coughing. He asked, "You got any plans this weekend, or you married to that chair?" "Thinking about maybe going camping," I said, staring at the blinking error light. "Out near Wayne, maybe." "Nice," he said. "Touch some grass for the rest of us." "That's the plan," I answered, like it really was that simple. I did not tell him I would be going alone. I did not tell him about the email from management, or the figure in the hoodie on the footage, or the way the fire speaker had whispered static when I stood under it. Those parts felt sticky, like saying them out loud would make them more real. The camping trip was the clean piece I could hold up to the light. After work, instead of going straight home, I drove to Walmart. The parking lot was a concrete ocean under a flat gray sky. Carts clattered in corrals. Someone's subwoofer thumped in the distance bass line, shaking the inside of my car more than the song itself. Automatic doors sighed open when I stepped in, and the store swallowed me with its particular kind of fluorescent daylight. The camping aisle was over by automotive past rows of motor oil and air fresheners that smelled like black ice and new car and other lies. When I turned into the section with tents and coolers, the air changed. It smelled like rubber and plastic and faint canvas dust, like the ghosts of 100 never-used camping trips. Tents in bright boxes stacked to my shoulder. Sleeping bags lined up like colorful body bags. A row of small camp stoves, each in its own clamshell of clear plastic. I took a cart and started dropping pieces of an imaginary better version of myself into it. A two-person tent, a sleeping bag rated colder than the forecast would get, a little butane stove and a single canister, instant noodle cups, granola bars, a cheap headlamp with an elastic strap that already felt too flimsy, extra AA batteries because some part of me understood that light is only as reassuring as the power behind it. The store was its own weird symphony. Over my head, tinny pop music played through ceiling speakers, the same 4 chords looped under an ad for rollback prices. A kid in another aisle whined about wanting a toy, his voice rising and falling like a siren. Somewhere up front, a pallet jack beeped in reverse. Every step I took made my cartwheels squeak in a slightly different tone, as if the floor were an instrument and I was clumsy at playing it. I caught myself thinking, this is the last loud place you'll be for a day. Out there you won't have this. At self-checkout, the scanner beeped cheerfully with every item. Beep, beep, beep. Tent, sleeping bag, burner, noodles, bars, batteries. The touchscreen chirped when I tapped Finish and Pay. The receipt printer whirred, then spit out a long tail of thin paper. Plastic bags rustled as I packed everything, the sound sharp and artificial in my hands. The whole time in the back of my head, there was a ghost image of sitting under trees, listening to wind move through leaves, one long, low sound, instead of this fractured chorus of machines and voices. On the way home, I stopped at a speedway to fill up the truck. The gas pump handle was cold, slightly greasy. When I squeezed the trigger, the pump hummed to life, a low mechanical throb that I felt coming up through my arm. The little screen embedded in the pump woke up too bright and obnoxious. It started playing some local news recap on a loop, the sound tinny and distorted through a tiny speaker near my shoulder. Search continues today for a missing hiker in southeastern Ohio, a too cheerful anchor said, smiling under the station's logo. They showed a photo of a woman in a ball cap standing in front of a trail sign somewhere green. Authorities say her car was found at a remote trailhead. Anyone with information is urged to contact. I looked away. My eyes wandered to the darkening sky, the orange line of the horizon behind the strip mall, a bird perched on a wire. The pump clicked past 15 gallons. The news voices blurred into background noise, another kind of static. That's a different area, I told myself, as if geography could bargain with whatever happens to people who vanish. Different trail. Different people. You're going for one night. The pump clunked and shut off. The machine beeped to tell me I could remove the nozzle. I hung it back in place and drove home through the familiar web of roads, watching brake lights flare and fade, listening to my engine's steady hum like it was proof of something dependable. Back in my apartment, the quiet felt sharper after the store and the gas station. I did not turn the TV on. I let the box fan in the bedroom and the fridge in the kitchen provide the only sound, one low steady whoosh, one intermittent buzz. I spread my new gear out on the living room floor tent, in its bags, sleeping bags, still rolled stove and canister food stacked in little piles. Milo stalked around the edges, sniffing everything suspiciously, tail flicking. He batted at the elastic strap of the headlamp until I shooed him away. As I packed the backpack, the apartment seemed to lean in around me. Every little sound stood out. the pop of the fridge kicking into a new cycle, the soft thunk of a neighbor's door closing somewhere down the hall, the distant elevator ding a muted bell 3 walls away. At one point, while I was kneeling there stuffing the sleeping bag into the bottom of the pack, I heard a sound from the hallway. Not the building's normal repertoire. This was small and precise, like the single twist of a shoe pivoting on carpet heel, planted toe, turning someone changing direction just outside my door. I froze, bent over the bag. The fan hummed. The sound did not repeat. Milo's ears twitched. He looked toward the hallway for a second, then lost interest and went back to sniffing the corner of the tent bag. If he was not concerned, why should I be? That was the logic I grabbed like a lifeline. Probably chasing dust, I muttered, even though he was very much not chasing anything. I stood up, shook the tension out of my shoulders, and focused on the task. Stove food, flashlight, extra clothes packed in layers. The new headlamp went in the top pocket. Batteries in a zip bag. It felt almost like a ritual, as if being meticulous now would keep me safe later. When the backpack was finally full, I pulled the zipper around the top. The teeth meshed with a low, rasping slide fabric drawing closed over everything I had lined up so carefully. The sound seemed to stretch in the air longer than usual, echoing faintly off the walls. For a moment, just one moment, it sounded like there were 2 zippers. Mine under my hands, and another a half step behind, slightly out of sync. One pulling shut in my living room, another closing over something I could not see. The fridge chose that second to click off, dropping the room into a thinner silence. I stood there with my hand on the backpack, listening to nothing but the buzz in my own ears. I told myself it was just the acoustics, just an echo, just the cat's collar jingling at the same time, just anything but what it felt like the sound of one world sealing up, while another one quietly, patiently opened. 2.3. The drive out of the city. I left work early on Friday under the pretense of burning PTO. My manager waved me off with a tired joke about not breaking the internet while I was gone. The building doors shut behind me with a soft, hydraulic sigh, and for the first time that week, I felt like I was stepping out of a noise cloud. It did not last long. The moment I pulled onto I-70, the world turned into a moving river of metal. Big green overhead signs flashed past East 70 to Wheeling 270 South, Outer Belt. Semi-trucks rumbled in the right lane, massive and indifferent, their wheels making that low growl that vibrates up through your hands on the steering wheel when you pass too close. Every few seconds, my tires hit an expansion joint in the concrete, and the truck thunked in a repetitive rhythm, thump, 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 like a heartbeat, too big to be mine. I left the radio off on purpose. I told myself I was practicing for being alone with my thoughts, getting used to the idea of quiet before I actually drove into it. No music, no podcasts, no voices flooding over whatever my own head might try to tell me. It turned out the truck had its own ideas about silence. Without the radio, the cab filled with a different kind of sound, the steady drone of the engine, a lower note that rose whenever I pressed the gas. Somewhere in the driver's side door, something rattled with each pothole, a tiny plastic vibration that came and went like it could not make up its mind. At around 65 miles an hour, a faint whistle started near the top of the windshield, where the rubber seal had never been perfect, a high, breathy tone that changed pitch when the wind direction shifted. Together, all those noises made a thin, mechanical song. It was not the crushing, layered noise of the office, but it was not silence either. It was a reminder that real quiet is rare, that machines hate it as much as people do. Once I got onto US 33 and headed southeast, the landscape began to loosen. The tight knot of Columbus peeled away behind me, exits for big box stores and chain restaurants dropping off one by one. Gas stations and strip malls thinned out their neon signs, replaced by stretches of trees and occasional billboards that looked older than the products they advertised. Traffic thinned, too. The lanes felt wider even though I knew they were not. Fewer cars around me, more open space. The thump over expansion joints spread out longer stretches of smooth asphalt in between. I exited onto a smaller route that wound past the edges of town. The road narrowed from 4 lanes to 2 hash marks down the middle, no median. The speed limit dropped. Houses sprouted along the shoulder, single-story places with battered mailboxes, kids' bikes lying in yards, a plastic tricycle turned over in the grass like a wreck. Eventually, even those peeled off. The world reduced to tree-lined 2-lane roads, gentle curves bordered by ditches, old farmhouses set back from the asphalt, white siding on gray roofs patched with mismatched shingles, barns slumped in fields, doors hanging open on rusted hinges. A few cows lifted their heads when I passed, chewing and staring like I was the one out of place. I rolled down the window, a crack. The air smelled different, less exhaust, more damp earth, and whatever green thing was growing in the fields. The wind, slipping in through the gap, carried the chorus of insects from the roadside ditches, a rising and falling buzz that sat under the hum of my engine. At one intersection, I passed a small town that looked like someone had sketched it from memory and forgotten half the details. One blinking red light hung over the crossroads, clicking lazily between who got to pretend they had the right of way. A Dollar General sat on one corner, its sign a bright rectangle in the afternoon light parking lot, half full of pickup trucks. Across from it, a diner with a faded open sign still taped inside the window sat dark, a big for lease sign propped crooked in front of the door. Behind the diner building, tucked in the shade, a black and white police SUV was parked nose in, almost hidden like a sleeping animal. For a second, I imagined pulling over there, going inside if it were still open, sitting at a counter drinking bad coffee while some local cop told me not to go camping alone, rattled off stories about people wandering off trails and not coming back. The thought was so specific, it felt like something I remembered instead of imagined. I drove on instead. The blinking red light disappeared in the rearview mirror, then the town itself swallowed by trees and distance. Somewhere along a county road that did not bother with painted lines for long stretches, the sun started dropping toward the horizon in a way I could feel more than see. The sky went from flat afternoon blue to something richer, gilded along the edges of the clouds. The shadows of trees across the road stretched longer stripes of shade that my truck passed through like moving between breaths. The land folded a little the farther I went, subtle hills dips where the road sank between banks covered in underbrush. The GPS on my phone mounted to the dash counted down rural turns, left in 1.2 miles. Continue straight, slight, right. Every time it spoke, the synthetic voice startled me more than I wanted to admit. At one gentle curve, maybe 10 or 15 minutes from where the forum coordinates said the pull-off would be, I slowed slightly. The pavement narrowed even more, edged by gravel. As I eased into the turn, I heard a sound from behind me inside the cab. A small object sliding across the back seat, a soft scrape on upholstery, then a muted clunk against the far door. I glanced up at the rearview mirror a little too fast. For a heartbeat, all I saw was my own eyes, wider than they needed to be. Then the rest of the back seat came into focus. My backpack propped upright behind the passenger seat, its straps looped around the headrest. The small cooler on the other side, a crumpled gas station bag on the floor. Nothing moved. There was no shadow ducking down out of sight, no human outline where there should not have been one. The backpack swayed almost imperceptibly as the truck straightened. "Road's just rough," I muttered to myself, but my hands had tightened around the steering wheel enough for my knuckles to go pale. You hit a bump, something shifted. That's it. I did not pull over to check. I told myself I would rearrange things at the trailhead. I told myself that stopping on a lonely county road just to confirm what I already knew was overreacting. The smaller the road got, the more the forest rose up around it. Trees crowded the shoulders' trunks close enough that if I opened the door, I could reach out and touch bark without taking a step. The GPS pinged one last instruction turn onto a gravel spur that did not show up on the official map, and then fell silent little arrow hovering over green. The spur was really just a widened scar of dirt and rock where others had turned before me. I followed it, the tires crunching on loose stone until it widened into a kind of crude parking area, a flat patch of packed dirt with room for maybe 4 or 5 cars if everyone had good aim. There were 2 vehicles. One was mine. The other was an old Subaru wagon, a dull, once blue thing now more dust than paint. It was parked crooked nose turned slightly toward the trees, as if whoever had left it there had changed their mind at the last second. A crust of leaves clung to the windshield under the wipers like it had not moved in months. No plates on the front. I could not see the back from where I first pulled in. I put the truck in park, killed the engine, and was struck by how violent the absence of highway noise felt. The motor ticked as it cooled each tiny ping a little louder than it had any right to be. Outside, the world closed in on a new set of sounds. The rustle of leaves in some high breeze, the dry scratch of insects in the undergrowth, the distant caw of a crow that could have been a mile away. Somewhere far off, maybe a dog barked twice and then shut up. No sirens, no neighbor TVs, no elevators, just air and whatever lived in it. For a few seconds, I sat there with my hands still on the steering wheel, listening. The interior of the truck felt smaller without the engine. Every breath I took seemed to push against the glass. Okay, I told myself quietly. You're here. This is what you wanted. I opened the door and stepped out. The dirt under my boots was softer than asphalt gave a little under my weight. The smell hit me, damp earth leaf mold, the faint sweetness of something flowering nearby, a ghost of gasoline from my own tailpipe fading into it all. Up close, the Subaru looked even more forgotten. Dust filmed the side windows. A spiderweb connected the side mirror to a low-hanging branch. I could not see inside without putting my face right up against the glass, and I had no desire to get that familiar with an empty car. I walked around to the back of my truck, opened the tailgate, then changed my mind and went for the rear passenger door instead. I figured it would be easier to haul the backpack out from there. When I swung the door open, a little wave of stale, warm air came out. The sun had done its work on the cab. The backpack was where I had last seen it, standing upright, straps looped, looking exactly as harmless as a backpack can look. The cooler had shifted a few inches, bumped up against the other door. On the floor mat behind the driver's seat, half tucked under the edge of the front seat, was something that had not been there when I left Columbus. It was small, black, and plastic, about the size of my palm. For a second, my brain filed it under random junk, a broken phone mount maybe, or a piece of a charger. Then I bent down and picked it up. It was a clip-on speaker mic, the kind that attaches to the front of a uniform shirt with a long, curly cord that normally runs back to a radio on a belt. The cord on this one had been cut, the end frayed. The front had a little grill of horizontal slits and a push-to-talk button worn smooth where a thumb had pressed it over and over. Dust lined the edges, settled in the tiny groove around the button. This was not some brand new piece of gear that had fallen out of a package. It had been used. A lot. I turned it over. On the back, scuffed around the metal clip, somebody had written 2 letters in faded silver marker. The strokes were thin from age, but still legible ED. My first thought, stupid automatic, was that they were initials, a name, Ed, Eddie. Then the other meaning slid in behind it, quiet and obvious. East Dublin. I stood there in the gravel with the little mic in my hand, the cooling engine ticking behind me, the woods breathing slowly all around. The whole moment seemed to tilt sideways, like I had stepped into a photograph instead of real time. This truck is used, I told myself. You bought it secondhand. That cord could have been under the seat for years. Maybe the previous owner worked security or something. Maybe it just rolled out now because of that curve you hit. Except I had owned the truck for almost a year. I had cleaned it. I had vacuumed the floors, stuck my hand under the seats more than once to fish out dropped pens and a pack of gum. I had never seen this thing before. Must have been wedged up there, I muttered anyway, glancing back at the empty stretch of road I had driven in on. No other cars, no people. The Subaru sat in the corner of the lot like a prop left behind after everyone went home. Wind stirred the tops of the trees. Leaves whispered. Somewhere above, a harsh insect buzzed, then went silent. I curled my fingers around the mic, feeling the ridge of the cut cord press into my palm. Rationalization flexed its muscles. It's just junk. Leftover hardware. Coincidence on the letters. You're primed to see patterns because you're tired and you watched too many horror videos this week. That's all. I opened the side pocket of my backpack and dropped the little speaker into it. It landed with a dull plastic thud against the fabric. I zipped the pocket shut without really thinking about how that sound, the zipper's rasp, echoed for a split second, the sound of the chain on my apartment door sliding into place. I'll throw it out later, I told myself, as I hoisted the pack onto my shoulders. But I didn't. Not then. Not when I still could have left it in that dirt lot, in that truck, in the world, where East Dublin and these trees were two separate places. 3. 1. Entering Wayne. The trail I followed into Wayne was not really a trail in the way park brochures mean it. There was no carved wooden sign with a catchy name, no gravel path, no painted blazes on tree trunks. It was more like something that had started as a deer path and then been quietly adopted by people who did not like being told exactly where to walk. From the dirt lot, a faint ribbon of flattened leaves slipped between two trees and curved out of sight. If you were not looking for it, you could miss it entirely. The ground on either side was a chaos of sticks and undergrowth, but on that narrow strip the leaves were compressed, their edges broken down into a kind of soft, muted carpet. I shrugged the pack higher on my shoulders, shut the truck door behind me, and stepped onto that ribbon. The first thing I noticed was the smell. Columbus smells like exhaust and hot pavement, and the weird artificial sweetness of whatever they pump into grocery store bakeries. Out here, the air was full of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something green and sharp I could not name. There was a faint sweetness under it, like some flower I could not see was doing its best to compete. Every breath felt heavier, like air with texture. The forest around the path was mostly hardwoods, oaks, maples, trunks rising in streaked gray columns. The canopy filtered the late afternoon sun into broken patches. Some beams found their way all the way to the ground, turning patches of moss electric making. Spider webs glow in thin white strands between twigs. The rest fell in soft, shifting patterns, light sliding over bark and leaf whenever the wind moved. Under my boots, the leaves made a steady crunch, not loud, but constant. Dry ones crackled sharply, damp ones gave a softer, tissue-like sigh. Each step pressed the smell of old leaves and loam up around my ankles. The pack settled in with a familiar drag on my shoulders, straps squeaking once as they adjusted. My water bottle half full sloshed with each step from where it rode in the side pocket. It made a small hollow sound, a glug inside plastic that repeated with my pace. Paired with my breathing, slow at first in through the nose, out through the mouth, it created a rhythm that my body began to lean on without thinking. Somewhere off to the left, deeper in the trees, a woodpecker started working. The staccato tapping echoed lightly, more noticeable whenever I paused. It sounded like someone knocking on a door very politely a long way away. For the first 15 minutes, I could still hear the county road if I tried. Just barely the faint roar of an occasional car cresting a hill, a distant engine note rising and falling. It reminded me that a paved world existed just out of sight, that if I turned around and walked back, I could be at a gas pump or under a fluorescent light within half an hour. Then the forest did what forests do. It closed behind me. It was not a sudden thing. The hum of tires faded between one step and the next, became a thinner thread, until at some unmarked point, there was nothing but the sound of wind moving through leaves and the little noises my own body made. I noticed the absence like a pressure easing off my eardrums. No HVAC, no neighbor TV, no elevator ding. Just air moving around trunks, brushing against the canopy, making the leaves whisper in waves above me. The woodpecker had wandered off or lost interest. In its place came other sounds, a rustle in low brush as some small animal threaded its way through, the dry chitter of unseen insects, the occasional creak of a tree shifting wood popping faintly as it adjusted to some stress I could not see. My shoulders dropped in a way they had not in weeks. The knot between my collarbones that had turned into a permanent resident started to loosen. I could feel each breath going all the way down into my chest, instead of bouncing shallowly around the top. This, I thought, was worth the drive. Maybe 20 minutes in the path dipped into a slight hollow between two low ridges. The air cooled a couple of degrees, the damp smell stronger here, where water must have sat longer after the last rain. The light dimmed as the canopy knitted tighter overhead. It was there in that small bowl of trees that I first thought I heard another set of footsteps. I did not register it as sound, not immediately. It started as that prickling awareness you get when you realize you are not quite alone. I was listening to my own boots compress leaves left, right, left, and all at once it felt like the pattern was wrong, off by a hair. I stopped, let the pack settle against my back, and just listened. Wind stroked the leaves high overhead, making a soft, rushing noise. Something scuttled in the undergrowth to my right, a quick series of light taps, and then stillness, probably a squirrel. My heart thumped a little faster than it strictly needed to. Nothing else. No reply footsteps. Deer, I told myself under my breath, as if naming it would conjure one. Or a turkey. Or anything with a pulse and a normal place in this ecosystem. I started walking again more deliberately, counted 3 steps in my head. 1, 2, 3. I stopped on the third boot, still half pressed into the leaves. The instant after I froze, there was a very slight delay, then a soft, separate crunch behind me. Not loud, not close, just enough to register as not my own. Like someone else had taken an extra hesitant half step, and then tried to stop when I did. The hairs rose on my arms. I spun around faster than I meant to. The pack shifted with the motion straps biting into my shoulders, a small jingle from the metal zipper pull. My eyes scanned the trees, the ground, the space where the path bent out of sight. There was nothing, just trunks in staggered lines, their bark mottled and dappled with the same moving patches of sun that covered everything. A few ferns, a rotting log off to the right with mushrooms like little shelves marching up its side. No flash of hunter orange, no human shape half hidden behind a tree, no extra boot prints I could make out among the flattened leaves. The forest looked exactly as indifferent as it had 10 seconds before. My breathing sounded too loud. I made myself take a slow, quiet inhale. The smell of earth and leaf mold filled my lungs, grounded and ancient in a way that made me feel small and temporary. Echo, I decided. Valley effect, sound bouncing off the slopes. Or a deer just out of sight, or there did not need to be an or. There were plenty of rational options. This was the woods, not my apartment hallway. The simplest explanation out here was almost always an animal, not something testing a doorknob. Still, the back of my neck felt exposed. I tightened the straps on my backpack, turned around again, and kept moving. My boots resumed their steady crunch. The water bottle went back to sloshing. My head, however, refused to fall into the rhythm as easily as before. I tried to distract myself. After a few minutes, I fished my phone out of my pocket, without stopping, thumbed my way to a podcast app, and out of habit tapped on one of the horror channels I had been using as white noise earlier in the week. My one remaining bar of signal blinked out, as if embarrassed to be seen. The file still loaded, cached from earlier. I put in one earbud and pressed play. A calm voice began describing somebody else's bad decisions in somebody else's dark house. It should have been comforting. Instead, the narrator's words sat wrong over the forest's sounds. His cadence did not match my steps. The tale of flickering lights and mysterious knocks felt thin, layered over the real trees and real wind and the real fact that I was at that moment genuinely alone, or supposed to be. The rubber of the earbud muffled half the world. I could hear the voice and the faint crackle of the audio file and the rustle of my own breath inside my head, but the forest dropped to a background smear. I did not like it. After maybe 60 seconds, I pulled the earbud back out. The narrator's voice cut off mid-sentence and was replaced by the immediate return of leaves and air and small, honest creaks. The contrast was so sharp I almost staggered. I stuffed the earbud in my pocket and let the forest have my full attention. If there was an extra footfall out there, I wanted to hear it when it came. 3.2. Choosing the wrong campsite. I do not know the exact minute I walked past the last spot where it would have been smart to turn around. All I know is that, after about an hour of following that leaf-pressed ribbon, the forest finally offered me something that looked enough like what I had been picturing that I let my guard down. The path crested a slight rise and then dropped again, but just before it dipped, there was a narrow offshoot to the right, less path, and more a suggestion that something else had walked that way a few times. The ground tilted up into a small, gentle hump of earth like a hill that had thought better of itself halfway through growing. On top of that rise was a little clearing, maybe 10 or 12 steps across, ringed by trees that leaned in close enough to feel like a room. A fallen log lay along one side, half covered in moss, the bark softened and peeled back in strips. It looked exactly like the kind of thing camping commercials always show, a natural bench, positioned, just so as if the forest had been waiting for somebody to come sit and stare at nothing. The best part to my overclocked brain was that from the edge of the clearing, you could not see the main path anymore. It vanished behind a tangle of saplings and underbrush. Standing there on that little rise, I felt cut off in a way that was both unnerving and deeply appealing. If someone walked by on the path, they would not know I was here unless I made noise. If I wanted to be alone, this was as literal as it got. "This will do," I said out loud, because saying it made it more real. My voice sounded small in the open air, swallowed quickly by the leaves. I dropped my backpack in the middle of the clearing. The thud it made on the earth sounded louder than I expected, like I had slammed a door in a quiet house. A couple of small birds in the branches above me took off wings, whirring, and vanished deeper into the trees. For a few seconds, The forest reacted, rustle, wing beat, one startled chirp. Then it settled back. Wind moved through the canopy, a slow, shushing sound. A branch creaked somewhere to my left. I could hear my own breathing again, the small rasp of air in, air out. I shrugged the straps off my shoulders, flexed my sore arms, and got to work. Unrolling the tent on that patch of ground felt almost ceremonial. The fabric slapped lightly against the earth, stiff where it had been packed. Too long, a chemical camp store smell puffing up as it spread. I found the corners, staked them down the metal stakes, biting into dirt with that gritty crunch that travels up the length of the thin rods. Every time I drove one in with the heel of my hand, the impact vibrated along my bones. Zippers buzzed as I opened the tent's main flap, let its limp mouth gape while I pushed the poles through their sleeves. The arch of the frame lifted the structure, popping into the familiar little dome shape. It was the most human thing in that space, a small piece of geometry dragged into a place that did not need it. The light changed as I worked. Late afternoon started leaning toward evening, the sun dropping far enough that it no longer shone directly from above. Instead, it slanted between the trunks at an angle, turning dust motes into slow gold sparks in the air. Everything took on a warmer tint, leaves glowing at their edges, bark rosy in spots where it had been plain gray an hour before. The clearing felt both cozier and more fragile under that light, like a stage built for a limited performance. I was crouched by the tent door, attaching a final guy line to a small root when I heard it. Just once. Short. Distant. A tiny burst of static, like a radio cutting in somewhere down the hill. Not a voice, not a full sound, just that familiar ragged hiss of a speaker catching a signal for half a heartbeat and then losing it. I froze, fingers still wrapped around the rope. My head lifted slightly like a deer's. Wind in the leaves. A soft crack from a branch shifting high above. The dry rattle of some insect. Nothing else. I held my breath, waiting for it again. A second burst, a half-explained sound that I could blame on a truck radio on some road I could not see, or a farmer's scanner leaking over from his barn. Planes. People. Civilization bleeding in at the edges. The forest stayed as it was. Whatever I had heard, if I had heard it at all, did not repeat. A plane, I told myself quietly, though there had been no engine noise, or somebody's CB way off. Distance does weird things out here. I tied off the guy line more roughly than I needed to, and stood up. My knees popped. The tent, at least, did not seem concerned. Once camp was technically set, the next steps came in a familiar order. I dug the little stove and pot out of my pack, found a patch of bare dirt near the fallen log, and set them up. The butane hissed for a second when I opened the valve, then took the flame in a small, eager whoosh. The tiny blue burner glowed under the pot, a trembling little sun. I poured water from my bottle into the pot, the sound of it splashing metal loud in that clearing. The stove's hiss blended with the low rush of air in the trees until it almost sounded natural. When the water reached that soft, pre-boil tremor, I dumped in noodle bricks, and powder watched them unravel and cloud the water yellow. When you are used to microwaved meals and cafeteria food, even cheap camp noodles can feel primal. I sat on the log with the pot in my hands and ate slowly, listening between bites. The noodles were too salty and soft, but the heat was perfect, radiating into my fingers around the metal. Steam curled up into the cooling air, carrying that familiar artificial chicken smell. Each time my spoon clinked against the side of the pot, the sound bounced back off the trees in a dull, muffled way, like the woods were swallowing it. I tried to picture the office for contrast. The buzz of the lights, the whir of the printers, the the constant ping of incoming chat messages. It felt far away and oddly flat in my memory, like a show I had watched instead of a place I had actually been that morning. When the last noodle was gone and the broth cooled, I drank it straight from the pot, the metal rim cold against my lower lip. I wiped the spoon on my pant leg, feeling more grounded than I had in what felt like a very long time. After that, there was not much left to do. I put the stove away, tucked trash into a zip bag, and finally pulled my phone out to check the time, half expecting it to tell me it was midnight already. No service, no bars. The little symbol in the corner showed an empty triangle and an X, as if the world beyond these trees had chosen for now to forget I existed. The last little sliver of 4G had died sometime in the last 15 minutes of the hike in. It did not surprise me it matched what those forum posts had said, but holding the phone and seeing that blank, searching icon made something flutter uneasily in my chest. 5:09 p.m. glowed up at me from the lock screen. Plenty of light left. Enough time to walk a bit more without the pack to stretch my legs and get a better sense of the area. That was what I told myself. The other part of me, the part that still pictured someone standing in my apartment hallway on grainy footage, wanted to crawl into the tent, zip it shut, and not move until morning. But hiding in fabric this early under a still bright sky felt ridiculous, even in my own head. "I'll just take a short walk," I said, as if justifying it to the trees. "Half an hour out, half an hour back. No big deal." I decided to leave most of my gear in the tent. The big pack would just slow me down and tire me out. I dug the headlamp out of its pocket and looped the elastic strap around my wrist so I would not forget it. Phone went in my front pocket for the clock alone. A granola bar into the other pocket just in case. Before stepping away from camp, I turned back to the tent. Its open mouth gaped at me, inner mesh hanging flaccid, the dark of the interior more inviting than it had any right to be. I knelt and pulled the main zipper down. The teeth meshed with a long, unbroken rasp, the pull tab clicking lightly at the curve. I zipped the inner mesh too, listening to the double sound, a higher, thinner buzz over a lower one. When I got to the bottom, I made sure both zipper heads were pulled all the way down into the corner, closed, as far as they would go. That sound, fabric teeth closing, metal runner sliding home, hit something in me I could not name. It was too much like all the other ceiling sounds in my life. The chain on my apartment door, the click of a deadbolt, the soft thunk of a cabinet shutting. Final gestures we make to convince ourselves that inside and outside are separate, that a line has been drawn and will be respected. Out here with no walls and no neighbors, the act felt more symbolic than functional. Anyone with hands could unzip a tent. Any animal with enough curiosity and determination too. Still, when that last inch of zipper closed, it sounded weirdly final, like sealing something in, or out, or both. I stood there for one extra second, listening. The stove was off now. The clearing had returned to its regular soundtrack, wind leaves, the occasional creak, some distant bird marking its territory. The brief earlier memory of static felt like something I could almost chalk up to my own imagination, a borrowing from too many stories played through earbuds at 3 a.m. Nothing out here but trees, I murmured the lie gentle enough that part of me believed it. Then, I turned away from the perfect little campsite I had chosen and walked back toward the narrow, leaf-pressed path, leaving my tent zipped up behind me, its thin walls holding my food, my gear, and one small, dusty piece of plastic, with ED scrawled on the back, humming quietly in its own history. 3.3. The unzipped tent. I walked maybe 20 minutes further into the woods, just like I had promised myself. No heroic push deeper into the unknown, no dramatic trek. just enough distance that my own campsite was out of sight and hearing. The trail that had been a clear suggestion before started losing confidence. The packed leaves grew less defined, blending into the general forest floor. Roots bulged across the path, more often forcing me to lift my feet higher. The ground pitched steeper in places, without warning, my toes jamming into the fronts of my boots on the downhill stretches. The light changed again, too. What had been a warm, slanting gold back at the clearing thinned into something dimmer here, like it was being filtered through more layers of branches. The shadows between trees went from soft to thick. I kept finding myself glancing up to calculate how much sun I had left, like the sky might answer directly. For a little while, I enjoyed it. There was a rhythm to moving through that silence with nothing but a small snack bar in my pocket. The air cooled as the sun lowered each breath, tasting a little cleaner. The absence of notifications and emails and electric buzzing was so complete that I felt it like a physical thing, a pressure lifted off the sides of my skull. At the same time, the deeper I went, the more a faint unease coiled quietly in my chest. It did not scream. It did not even speak. It just sat there, a little knot of awareness that I was farther from my truck, farther from my zipped tent, farther from anything that had a light switch. I tried to pin it on normal things. Getting dark. Different terrain. You are not used to this, I told myself. You are a desk person who plunged himself into an outdoor catalog photo without reading all the fine print. When the trail began to narrow into something that looked more like a game trail than anything made by boots, I decided I had gone far enough. The trees here crowded closer, branches knuckling overhead, making the space feel narrower. I could feel the forest starting to press in around me, not hostile exactly, just indifferent. Like it would not notice if I turned around or kept going and never came back. I checked my phone out of habit. Still no service, of course. The screen showed 5:41 p.m. The sun would not drop instantly, but the shift from comfortable light to hard to see where you are stepping can sneak up on you. Time to head back, I said softly to no one. My voice sounded strange, like it did not belong out here. It startled a small bird from a nearby bush. Wings beat frantically for a few seconds, then were gone. On the way back, the woods felt different. It was the same path, the same trees, the same rise and fall of the ground, but the angle of the light had changed just enough that every familiar shape had new shadows. The longer lines of shade between trunks stretched across the trail like bars. The spaces under fallen logs looked darker. Patches of sky through the leaves were smaller stripes instead of holes. My footsteps felt too loud. Every crunch of leaf seemed magnified rude. The slosh of water in my bottle annoyed me now, each liquid glug a reminder that I was the one adding unnatural sounds to this place. No birds called anymore. Whatever daytime life had been chattering when I hiked in had gone quiet, as if some mutual agreement had been reached that the day was over. There was just wind in the branches, and every so often the groaning creak of a tree shifting under its own weight. A long, low complaint that moved through the trunks like something alive. By the time I recognized the general shape of the terrain before my campsite, the little rise, the tilt of the hill, the way the ground fell away to one side, the clearing itself was not yet visible. I almost overshot the narrow side path, sliding my foot past it by one step before my brain caught up. I stopped, took half a step back, and there it was, that faint, less trodden suggestion leading up to the right, the outline of my little hill, marked by the dark line of the fallen log near its crest. Relief flickered in my chest at the sight of it. Home base. My gear. My tent. My way back to the truck, and the truck back to paved roads and streetlights. I turned up the offshoot, feeling the slight pull in my calves, as I climbed the short rise. Halfway up, something nudged at the back of my mind. It took a second to surface. The trees were the same, the log in the same position, the little clearing beyond framed the way I remembered. But there was some tiny difference in the arrangement of shapes that made my eyes want to squint. As the top of the hill leveled out and the whole clearing came into view, I realized what it was. The tent. Its silhouette was wrong. When I had left, the dome had been a clean, smooth curve, no irregularities, the door panel zipped flush against the front. Now, as I stepped fully into the clearing, the outline of the tent looked broken. The door flap hung forward slack like a tongue sticking out of a mouth. The inner mesh sagged open behind it. The zipper path that should have traced a neat arc across the fabric now stopped halfway. I stopped so suddenly my boots skidded a little in the dirt. For a moment, the whole world tunneled down to that one image, my tent door open zipper, halfway up the dark of the interior, visible in a way it had not been when I left. The little nylon cave that was supposed to be my control over this environment had been peeled back by something I had not invited. The surge of nausea came fast, a swoop from throat to stomach that almost made me gag. My heart kicked into a speed that had nothing to do with the slight climb. My fingertips tingled, and the edges of my vision fuzzed like a camera lens breathing in and out of focus. I swallowed hard. The clearing around me was the same as it had been an hour ago, the fallen log, the small scatter of rocks, the trees ringing the space like silent witnesses, but it felt different, like I had stepped into a crime scene. "Hello." My voice cracked on the second syllable. I cleared my throat and tried again, slightly louder. "Hello, anyone there?" The trees did not answer. The wind moved through leaves with the same soft rush. If there was anything out there, it knew how to hold still. I forced my feet to move. The ground felt unsteady under me like earth over something hollow. I did not go straight to the tent. Instead, I made a slow circle around the clearing, the way I had seen people do in videos when they were checking a perimeter. I looked behind the log, nothing but moss rot, and a couple of ants dragging something dead. I checked behind the larger trees, peered into the thin clusters of underbrush. No backpacks, no hunters in camo, no kids hiding, giggling behind trunks. No sign that another human had stood here except for the obvious. The tent. Open. Close up, it was worse. The outer door flap drooped, the zipper pulled up to just above knee height. Teeth gaped wide below. The inner mesh panel was unzipped in a matching line like someone had gone in and out without bothering to close anything behind them. "Maybe the zipper slipped," I muttered, knowing how stupid that sounded. Zippers do not unzip themselves halfway and then thoughtfully stop. Kneeling felt too much like submission, but my knees gave a little anyway. I crouched in front of the tent and leaned in, peering through the open mouth. The sleeping bag was where I had laid it out, unrolled along one side of the tent floor. My pillow, such as it was, a bundled hoodie, rested at the top. My backpack lay on its side near the foot of the bag, exactly where I had dropped it earlier. Except the top flap, which I knew I had buckled tight, was now hanging loose. The plastic buckles that should have been clicked together on the pack lid dangled open straps limp. The lid itself was peeled back slightly, as if a hand had lifted it, looked inside, and then let it fall. The clearing tilted again. I swallowed against a dry throat and crawled inside. The nylon floor crinkled under my knees, that papery sound weirdly loud as it echo-faded in the enclosed space. The air inside the tent felt warmer, like it had been occupied recently by more than sunlight. Hands shaking, I opened the top of the pack the rest of the way. Nothing looked destroyed. My spare clothes were still there, but they had shifted. The folded shirt had been turned 90 degrees. the sleeves rumpled in a way my own packing neurosis would not have allowed. The food bag had been moved from one side of the bag to the other, cinch cord slightly looser like someone had opened it, glanced at boring granola bars and instant noodles, and lost interest. I dug deeper, heart pounding in my ears. My wallet sat in the interior pocket where I'd stashed it, leather cool against my fingers. Cash cards, ID all there. My keys were still clipped to the little fabric loop I always used metal brushing my nails. Okay, I whispered. Okay. So, raccoon big squirrel with a master's degree. Some bored kid decided to nose through your stuff and then bailed. The explanations fell flat even as I lined them up. Animals tend not to politely unclip buckles. Teenagers who find a wallet do not usually decide to leave it untouched. A new, sharper thought cut through me. The mic. I zipped the main compartment of the pack closed with clumsy fingers and fumbled for the side pocket. The one where I had dropped the little black plastic speaker from the truck. I could almost feel its shape before I even touched the zipper, a small rectangle curl of severed cord, the weight of it in my palm in that dirt lot. The zipper pull met my fingers. It was closed. I grabbed it and yanked it open in one frantic motion. The short sound of teeth parting seemed to rip something in me. I plunged my hand inside. Fabric, the crinkle of the empty plastic wrapper from a snack I had stuffed in earlier, a spare pair of socks, the cool nylon of the pack itself. No hard plastic, no cut cord, no little ridged push-to-talk button. I upended the pocket, shaking it over the tent floor. Socks and trash fell out. Nothing else. The mic was gone. My chest went hollow. For a second, the air in the tent felt too thin to breathe. I scrambled out on hands and knees, heart hammering, and started scanning the tent floor as if the thing might have somehow wriggled its way free and landed somewhere else in here. Nothing. I threw back the sleeping bag to see if it had rolled under. Just the dull gray of the tent bottom stared back. I backed out of the tent and started searching the clearing. Around the tent, under the edges of the fly, near the log where I'd sat to eat, under the spot where I had first dropped my pack. I went to the cooler, popped the lid, and rustled through its contents like a mad raccoon. Ice packs, water, food, no mic. Leaves crunched under my boots as I moved faster, my breath loud and ragged in my own ears. The forest watched and said nothing. The light had dropped another shade. The clearing was edging toward the soft blue-gray of early evening. "Where is it?" I heard myself saying, voice too high. "Where did you put it?" There was no sign of rummaging beyond the pack. No tracks I could make out, no candy bar wrappers, no cigarette butts. Whoever or whatever had come into my little camp had been tidy, deliberate. They had unzipped a tent in the middle of the woods, opened a stranger's backpack, gone through his things, and taken one specific useless object. Not food, not money, not keys. Just the small, dusty piece of plastic from the truck. The thing with ED scrawled on the back. The thing that made a short, distant burst of static in my head every time I thought about it. I stood there in the middle of the clearing chest, heaving hands, shaking, and the realization settled over me like the first truly cold wind of winter. Whoever had come through my door back in East Dublin, whoever had stood just out of frame on that hallway camera at 2:49 a.m., whoever had left that mic in my truck in the first place, they were not interested in what I had. They were interested in what I listened to. 4.1, waiting for the dark. For a few minutes after I realized the mic was gone, I moved on autopilot. It was either that or fall apart right there in the clearing. I forced myself to stand still and breathe. In, out. My chest felt tight like the air had thickened. The trees around the campsite were just dark shapes against a sky that was already losing color. I looked up and saw how low the light really was. The tops of the trees were still catching the last weak gold, but down where I stood, the world had already gone flat. Packing up and leaving came to mind first sharp and clear. I pictured it shoving everything into the backpack without caring how it fit, collapsing the tent in a frantic bundle, stumbling back down the faint path with the failing daylight chasing me. Making it to the truck just as the last strip of sky went black. Slamming the doors, locking them, turning the key, while my hands shook headlights, punching 2 bright tunnels through the trees as I bounced back down the gravel spur to the county road. It sounded good. It also sounded like one wrong turn away from wandering in circles under a dark canopy with a dying headlamp and a pack full of disorganized gear. The forest has a way of redefining distances. 20 minutes out here can feel like 50 back the other way when you miss even one landmark. I knew that in my bones, even if every panicked part of me screamed that staying was worse. I checked my phone. 6:12 p.m. The sky would not hold much longer. There were no trail markers, no reassuring state park signs telling me campground this way. Just the memory of a narrow ribbon of beaten leaves and a sense of direction that already felt less certain than it had an hour ago. "If you get lost out here in the dark because you spooked yourself," I said under my breath, "you're going to die stupid." The word hung in the air for a second and then disappeared, taken by the trees. So I made the decision I am still not sure was better. I stayed. One night. Just get through one night. The first thing I did was go back to the tent and deal with the thing that felt like the smallest amount of control. The outer flap was still hanging open, zipper halfway up, a reminder of the invisible hands that had been there while I was gone. I knelt and grabbed the pull tab. The metal felt strangely cold against my fingertips, as if it had been in shade longer than everything else. I pulled the zipper down first, all the way to the bottom teeth, meshing back together with a scratchy rasp. Then I ran it up in one long motion, closing the flap until it met the top. I did the same with the inner mesh panel. Then I went back down, checked the bottom corner, tugged the zipper heads into their lowest position, making sure they were snug together, no gap. Then I did it again. Down. Up. Check. My hands shook slightly, making the metal chatter. By the third check, the sound of the zipper felt too loud. Each rip of nylon and metal seemed to tear through the quiet like a siren. It was ridiculous, no one in miles probably, but I still found myself glancing at the trees as if someone might be standing just beyond them, listening. When I finally stopped, the tent was sealed as well as nylon and hope could manage. A thin bubble in a place that did not care about bubbles. The light drained around me as I worked. It did not just get dark. First, the gold went away. The warm tint slid off everything, leaving the trunks gray and the leaves a dull, flat green. Then the gray itself deepened into a kind of shadowed blue, the color the world gets right before it gives up and turns black. The sky above the canopy turned from pale to slate. The shapes of branches stood out sharper for a while against that dim glow, black lines scribbled on a fading page. I lit the camp stove but kept the flame low, partly to conserve fuel and partly because the bright blue jet of it suddenly felt too exposed. The hiss of the burner sounded like a secret I was telling too loudly. I boiled just enough water to make another cup of noodles, though I was not hungry. Eating felt like something a normal person would do, and I was clinging hard to anything that qualified. I sat on the log with the pot in my hands again, but the earlier comfort was gone. Every time my spoon touched metal, the tiny clink made me flinch. The woods around the clearing were darker now, the spaces between trunks filling in. Shadows stacked on top of shadows. For a stretch, 10 seconds, maybe longer, everything went still. The wind that had been threading through the leaves all afternoon paused. The branches stopped creaking. Insects hushed as if someone had turned a dial. Even my own tent, which had been shifting almost imperceptibly with the cooling air, seemed to settle. It was the forest version of the moment in my apartment when the HVAC shuts off the sudden vacuum of sound where background noise should be. I froze with the spoon halfway to my mouth. The only thing I could hear was the faint sizzle of the stove flame and my own breathing. The quiet pressed against my eardrums in exactly the same way my kitchen does at 2:49 a.m., when every mechanical thing in that building takes an offbeat pause. In my apartment, that silence had been broken by a fork on tile by a coat hanger, clicking by static near the thermostat. Here in this clearing, it simply expanded until it felt like an extra presence all its own. And then just as slowly, the world exhaled. A leaf rattled, a branch popped, the stove hissed suddenly audible again. I swallowed the mouthful of noodles without tasting them and shut the stove off. The tiny click of the valve closing sounded like a gunshot in a church. That tent was probably never fully zipped, I said very quietly, as if I could talk my way back into normal. You rushed. It was loose, a gust of wind worked it open. Or some kid came through here, decided to mess with your stuff, found the mic, thought it looked cool, took it left. You are not the center of their universe. You just happened to be here. It could have been a hunter, I added in my head. Someone checking for snacks, hoping you'd been dumb enough to leave food lying around. Maybe they unzipped, saw you had everything tied up, decided it wasn't worth it. Maybe they needed a part from that mic for their own radio. Maybe the initials meant something to them and not to you. I stacked possibilities into a neat little pile and tried to sit on it like a stool. Behind all that, a quieter thought kept circling. Or maybe this started before you got here. Maybe this is not new. Maybe you walked into something that has been in motion for longer than you think. I shoved that one down hard. As full dark finally came, the soundscape shifted again. The day noises did not vanish so much as get buried. A distant owl hooted its call, spaced out in slow, mournful intervals. Insects dialed themselves up, their droning chorus building in layers, until the spaces between chirps filled in with a steady, high buzz. Leaves rustled more often now, as smaller things woke up and went about their business. My headlamp cast a narrow cone when I flicked it on bright white on whatever I pointed at, and almost nothing beyond. The rest of the woods felt thicker, more solid, like the darkness itself had weight. The fire I had thought about building when I'd first arrived seemed like a terrible idea now. Flame drew attention. Light was a beacon. I found myself instead relying on the small comfort of the stove's metal and my little LED beam, choosing to stay dim in a place that did not want me here loudly. Every twig snap in the underbrush made me jump. A branch cracking somewhere out of sight sent an electric jolt up my spine. Rationally, I knew how many animals move at night, how many harmless little lives made those noises. Raccoons, deer, rodents, things that had no special interest in one human with a backpack, but rationally had less and less sway the longer I sat there staring into the dark. I checked my phone again. 8:03 p.m. The home screen's faint glow felt obscene out here, a small rectangle of the life I had driven away from. My background image, Milo curled on the back of the couch, eyes half open, looked like it belonged to someone else. Battery at 62%, no service. My sense of time started to warp in that strange way it does when there are no clocks and no scheduled interruptions. The minutes seemed to drag, but every time I checked, more of them had passed than I'd thought. The air got colder by degrees enough that I could see my breath when I angled the headlamp just right. Finally, practicality pushed its way through the fear. Sitting on a log in the dark, flinching at every noise, was not going to make the night go any faster. If anything, it would make me crack. The tent at least offered the illusion of a wall between me and whatever might be shuffling through the leaves. Thin nylon, yes. A joke against anything determined, but the small ritual of crawling in, zipping up, lying down, those were steps I knew how to take. Bed, I told myself. You go to bed, you close your eyes, you get through it. At first light, you're gone. I stood legs stiff and did one last slow turn around the clearing headlamp beam, sweeping over bark and branches and the pale dome of the tent. Nothing moved except the bugs and a few restless leaves. The Subaru in the lot, the hallway camera, back home, the missing mic, they all felt like pages from a completely different story until I thought about the side pocket of the pack and how light it had felt without that stupid piece of plastic. I walked to the tent, unzipped the door just wide enough to slip in, and zipped it behind me again. I checked the zippers from inside fingers, tracing their path down to the corner, making sure they were seated. Once, twice, 3 times. Each pass made the same rasping sound in the small space, too much like other zips in other places. The chain on my apartment door. The teeth of a hoodie being pulled up over a face. I lay down in the sleeping bag, fully dressed, headlamp still around my wrist phone, in the little mesh pocket by my shoulder. The tent fabric whispered softly as it shifted in a mild breeze. Outside, the forest noise rolled on whirring insects, distant hoots, the occasional soft rustle of something pushing through grass. I stared at the low ceiling inches above my face, listening hard for any difference in all that sound. Some change, some pause, some gap like the building's mechanical hush. I promised myself I would not use the old phrase tonight. Not out here, not when there was nothing between me and the world but nylon. If I heard something, I would not tell myself it was just anything. Instead, I would do what I had not done back in my apartment. I would listen, and I would stay awake as long as I could. 4, 2. Static inside the tent. Inside the tent, I tried to make the space feel smaller on purpose, like I could shrink the universe down to something I could control. I set my headlamp to its lowest setting and hooked the elastic band over the little loop sewn into the ceiling. The light glowed a dim yellow-white circle above me, the LED beam diffused by the plastic casing. It cast a faint halo across the nylon, just enough to see shapes and outlines. My shadow warped on the curved walls, arms and shoulders stretched into something longer than I was flickering when the lamp swung a millimeter on its loop. The tent became its own little world. Pale fabric, muted colors, the slick, crinkling feel of the floor under the thin pad. Outside the forest was a louder, messier place. Crickets working through whatever they had to say. Leaves rasping as things moved through them, the occasional dry crack of a branch snapping somewhere out of sight. From inside the tent, those sounds came filtered. They were softened like hearing neighbors through drywall. The insects turned into one steady, high drone. The wind against the tent made a gentle shushing sound, fabric brushing fabric in small, rhythmic strokes. Every now and then, something would hit the side of the tent with a faint tap. Probably a falling seed pod, a twig, a bug, dumb enough to fly into the wall. I lay in my sleeping bag, fully dressed, the zipper pulled up almost to my chin. The warmth was immediate but thin. I could still feel the chill of the earth sneaking through from below. My phone sat in the little mesh pocket near my head screen, dark. The only real light came from the headlamp overhead, swaying just enough to make the shadows on the walls breathe. My plan, if you could call lying still with a clenched jaw, a plan was to stay awake and listen. But bodies are traitors. Stress and exhaustion can twist together into a kind of heavy numbness. 1 minute, I was counting breaths, tracking the different insect tones outside, following the rise and fall of the wind. The next, I was somewhere between waking and sleep, my mind drifting thoughts dissolving into half-dream images. In that in-between state, time got slippery. I would think an hour had passed, check my phone and see that it had only been 10 minutes. Then I would close my eyes for what felt like a few seconds and jolt awake, heart pounding, convinced that I had been out for longer than I should. At some point, I must have drifted deeper than I intended, because the first thing that pulled me back up felt less like a sound and more like someone snapping a rubber band inside my skull. A sharp burst of static no more than half a second long right at my ear. I woke up with my heart already sprinting. My eyes flew open to the dim yellow glow of the headlamp. For a moment, I did not know where I was, just light fabric, the close curve of the ceiling. Then the memory of the forest flooded in, and with it, the tent, the missing mic. The fact that I was nowhere near any walls that had ever housed my thermostat. I stayed absolutely still, my ears ringing. The only sounds were the ones I had learned to accept: the hiss of insects, the soft brush of leaves, the occasional tiny rattle of the headlamp as it swung. My first irrational thought, something had buzzed in my head. An auditory hallucination, stress, lack of sleep. It would not be the first time my mind had provided its own soundtrack. Then it came again, this time longer. A solid 2 seconds of harsh, crackling noise, unmistakable. Static like a walkie-talkie or an old radio catching a signal on the edge of its range. The sound did not come from outside. The tent walls did not vibrate with it. The fabric did not carry it from some distant source. It came from somewhere inside the small bubble of space I occupied, close enough that I could not triangulate it. It was everywhere and nowhere at once, the way sound is when it bounces off too many soft surfaces. I sat up too fast, the sleeping bag wrapping around my legs and making my knees knock against each other. The tent suddenly felt smaller, the ceiling lower, the thin walls closer to my face. My hand went automatically to my phone pocket. I yanked it out, thumb already sliding over the screen. The display lit the tent with a cold, bluish overlay for a second. 11:50 p.m. No missed calls, no alarms. The airplane icon sat in the corner, mocking. I had put it in airplane mode to save what battery I had left once I saw there was no service. No signal, no Wi-Fi, no Bluetooth, no reason for my phone to be making any noise at all. Another burst of static ripped through the little space. This one seemed to come from my left side near the corner where my backpack sat. It was like someone had turned up the volume half a notch. Under the crackle, very faintly, there was something else, a low, rhythmic noise woven into the chaos. Breathing. Not mine. Mine was shallow and high fast. This was slower, heavier. A sound like air being drawn past an obstruction filtered through plastic and distance. The static cut off abruptly like a finger had left a button. My mouth went dry. I swallowed and forced myself to move. Keeping the headlamp on low felt critical. I did not want to be blind, but I also did not want to announce myself to the entire forest. I turned my head toward the corner where my pack was shadows bending with the slow swing of the light. The outline of the backpack was clear enough, squarish, slumped, slightly zippers glinting faintly. I reached toward it, hand-shaking fingers splaying across the nylon. The fabric was cold, slightly damp from the temperature drop. I groped along the top, then down the side, then into the space between the pack and the tent wall where I had shoved a couple of things without much thought earlier. My fingers brushed something that did not belong. Hard, rectangular, edged with a kind of rubberized texture that caught on my skin. colder than the pack, heavier than anything that size should be if it were, say, a phone charger or a metal mug. For a second, I almost snatched my hand back like I'd been burned. Every instinct screamed not to bring it out into the light. If I did not see it, maybe it would not be real. But not knowing felt worse. I closed my fingers around it. The shape settled into my palm with a strange familiarity, like the memory of the smaller mic I had found in the truck lot had grown up in the dark. I pulled it into my lap. It was a walkie-talkie, a big one. Not the compact, bright plastic kind you see in sporting goods stores for kids and weekend hikers. This one looked older, heavier, industrial. The casing was black edges rimmed in a rubber bumper that had been worn smooth in places. Dust packed into the grooves along the sides and around the buttons, as if it had lived in someone's hand or on someone's belt for longer than I had been paying attention to this sort of thing. An antenna sprouted from the top, thick with the screwed-on base turned halfway loose, so the metal threads showed like a thin ring of bone. On the front, under a scratched plastic window, a tiny display glowed a sickly, weak green. The light was dim enough that it almost drowned in the yellow from my headlamp, but I could see the ghost of numbers or letters there. They were not clear, not a readable channel number, just broken segments flickering in and out like whatever was powering the thing had been asked to do too much for too long. I had never seen this before in my life. I had not brought it. I had not packed it. When I'd left the apartment, I'd carried my phone, my headlamp, and a box of matches. No radio. Definitely nothing this old, this used, this personal. The next burst of static came while I was still staring at it. It kicked through the little speaker grill on the front, rattling the thin plastic. Up close, it was much louder. The noise bit into the air only inches from my face, sharp enough to make me flinch. The headlamp swung wildly as my shoulders jerked, sending shadows lurching around the tent. Under the crackling white noise, the breathing was unmistakable now. Slow inhales, longer exhales. A sound you can only get when a microphone is too close to someone's mouth. A faint wetness at the edges, like there was too much humidity inside the mask of their face. The static did not cut off cleanly this time. It stuttered, dropped, surged again for half a second, as if whoever was holding the PTT button could not decide whether to release it. Then it fell away, leaving the breathing naked for a moment. I could hear it through the tiny speaker. A human chest expanding and contracting somewhere that was not here but close enough to push sound into this space. "Hello," I whispered before my brain could reel the word back in. My voice sounded thin, reed-like. It did not feel like it belonged to me. The breathing stopped, not faded, not masked by static. It halted mid-inhale like someone had been caught doing something they were not supposed to do. I froze with the walkie-talkie in my hands, fingers pressed into the ridges of the rubber casing. My own breathing filled the gap too fast and too loud, fluttering against the walls of the little tent. Outside, the forest carried on unaware. For a heartbeat 2-3, the speaker was a dark mouth. No sound emerged. The faint green light on the display flickered once, a segment blinking out and back in. Then, as if whoever was on the other end had leaned closer to whatever device they were using. The breathing came back. Slower now. Deliberate. Each inhale sounded measured, drawn in like they were making sure I heard it. Each exhale was controlled, a soft rush that scraped the edge of the microphone without distorting. It was the kind of breathing you hear when someone is listening hard, when their focus is narrowed to a single point. It felt less like they were just existing on the other side of a channel, and more like they were there with me somewhere just past the thin wall of nylon, aware now, absolutely aware that I was fully awake and holding the thing that connected us. 4.3, I'm not your cat. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Just the breathing through the tiny speaker, paced and deliberate. Just the low electrical hiss that seems to live inside radios, that constant underlying shh, like someone dragging a fingertip very lightly over sandpaper. Outside the tent, the forest seemed to lean in. I realized in a slow, skin-crawling way that the crickets had gone quiet. The insect chorus that had been a solid, comforting wall of noise all evening had thinned without me noticing, then dropped out entirely. The absence felt like pressure in my ears, as if the world outside the nylon had sucked in a breath and was holding it. Inside, under the dim halo of the headlamp, it was just me and the walkie-talkie. My fingers dug into the rubber sides. The dim green display flickered softly. The breathing stuttered once, a lip catching on teeth, then resumed. When the voice finally spoke, it was not what I expected. It was low, almost swallowed, right on the edge of intelligible. Static chewed at the edges of each word, but somehow it still felt close, too close, like the person was leaning over my shoulder, whispering in my ear, and the radio was just decoration. "I'm not your cat." The sentence slid down my spine like a handful of ice. For a second, I did not understand why it hit so hard. It was stupid, almost childish, the kind of thing someone would say if they were trying to make fun of me and got stuck halfway through a joke. But it landed like a punch, because of everything wrapped around it. Because I knew what I sounded like when I muttered to myself in the dark. Because I had been saying, "It's just the cat," to every unexplained noise in my apartment for months. Because there was no way a stranger in the woods should know that. My brain scrambled, reaching for a loophole. "You talk to Milo all the time," I thought. "You've said those words out loud. Windows open in summer, thin walls. Maybe a neighbor heard you repeated it as a prank. People pick up phrases. It could be coincidence. It could. Except I had not said those words since I got here. I had promised myself lying in this same tent not an hour ago that I would not give myself that out again. I had kept that promise. The only time anything close to it had slipped out was earlier, just before coming back to camp. I remembered stepping off the path to pee, hearing a twig crack behind me, and in a nervous, half-joking tone saying, "Relax, it's just before cutting myself off." I had not finished the sentence. The rest existed only in my head. "Who is this?" The question fell out of my mouth without my permission, thin and shaky. "Where are you?" Static gnawed at the silence for a heartbeat. The breathing paused as if whoever was on the other end had smiled. Then, distorted by crackle but unmistakable, came a soft chuckle. It sounded wrong coming through the tiny speaker, like it had been recorded and played back at the wrong speed. "You sleep light," the voice said. In that little third-floor box on East Dublin Granville, hearing the street names snapped something in me that all the static had not. It made the whole world smaller and sharper at once. My skin crawled. I could see my building in my mind, the beige siding, the 3 stories, the little strip of grass out front. I pictured the front door, the buzz-in panel, the elevator that smelled like old carpet cleaner. The phrase "third-floor box" landed too accurately, like an insult and a blueprint at the same time. They had not just guessed I lived in an apartment. They knew where. They knew my floor. Images tumbled over each other in my head. The shadow in the hallway camera, the chain hanging loose. The cabinet door cracked open. Someone standing in my kitchen at 1:30 a.m., listening while I muttered into my pillow. Someone hearing me say, "It's just the cat," and filing those words away like a trophy. Last Tuesday, the voice went on softly, 2:49. "You told yourself it was the cat when the fork hit the floor." Static breathed around the words. The number hung in the air. 2:49. I saw the timestamp on the CCTV screen in my mind, as if it had been burned there, 2:49:51 a.m. The figure in the hoodie slipping into frame, standing just outside my door, listening. I had heard the elevator ding around then. I had turned over and gone back to sleep. My stomach lurched. I tasted acid at the back of my throat. My hand tightened on the walkie until the rubber edges dug painful grooves into my palm. "Stop," I whispered. I was not sure if I meant stop talking, stop knowing, or stop existing. Please, just outside something heavy hit the ground a few feet from the tent. It was not a twig, not the soft patter of something falling from a branch. It was a thud with weight behind it, like someone had dropped a loaded backpack or set down a boot heel a little too hard. The impact traveled through the earth, up through the thin floor of the tent, into my knees. I flinched so hard, the headlamp swung, sending shadows lurching across the walls. The walkie crackled in my hands, speaker popping, as my fingers brushed the side. Every instinct screamed at me to kill the light, to make myself smaller, to erase my outline from whoever might be standing out there. Another instinct howled the opposite: turn it up, shine it on them, see what you are dealing with. My body did nothing. I sat frozen, heart pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. The radio hissed again, a quick burst of static that felt impatient. "You're quieter out here," the voice said. The whisper almost got lost in the hiss, but not quite. "Easier to hear you breathe." As if cued by the words, another impact landed outside, closer. It sounded like a foot, placing itself down carefully this time, right by the back of the tent. The nylon twitched inward a fraction, where the shock went through the ground. I could see the tent wall in front of me, fabric curving pale and thin, lit from my side. Any shadow that brushed against it from the outside would show up in dark relief. I found myself staring at that patch of wall like it was a movie screen I did not want to watch, but could not look away from. Nothing moved. No silhouette appeared. Inside, the walkie breathed. Outside, the forest did not. The insects were still absent, the owl silent. It was my apartment's mechanical hush transplanted into trees and dirt. "Why are you doing this?" I managed. My voice cracked on doing. "What do you want?" From the little speaker came the faintest sound again, not word, not quite laugh. A tiny exhale that could have been amusement or boredom. "If I tell you," the voice murmured, "you'll start looking for reasons. You always do." The words clung to me like cobweb. They were not wrong. Every weird sound in my life had been given a reasonable mask so I could sleep. The implication that someone had been watching me do that my habits in my own home had been observed and cataloged, made my skin feel too tight. My brain cornered, tried calculation instead. Option 1, stay still, do nothing. Maybe they get bored. Maybe this is their idea of fun, and when they see I will not play along, they drift off into the trees and find someone else to haunt. Maybe they are just a sick voice on a radio with no body attached, just signal that happens to bleed into the spaces I occupy. Option 2, run. Grab the headlamp, kill the walkie tear, open the tent zipper bolt into the woods, aim for the general direction of the truck. Hope that whatever is out there is slower, smaller, more in love with the dark than I am. Both options had teeth. Stay and I was voluntarily being the mouse that sits in a glass cage while something taps on the outside. Run, and I had to pass through whatever was making those thuds, and then navigate a forest that had already successfully hidden an intruder from me once. The walkie crackled again before I could even finish the mental list. "Last week," the voice said very softly, "you almost got up." When the closet clicked, I was behind it. My mind flashed unbidden to my hallway at 3 a.m. door, ajar, the closet's interior dark, that tiny sound of a hanger touching the bar. Milo on the bed, my own whisper. It's just the cat spoken into my pillow, while someone stood inches away on the other side of thin drywall. My throat closed. If you open the zipper, the voice added conversational, now like we were discussing a choice of movie, I can give it back. You left it in the truck. The hairs on my arms stood up so fast it almost hurt. The missing mic. The clipped-off little speaker I had found on the floor mat, the one I had dropped into the side pocket of my pack. The one that had gone missing while my tent was unzipped. The one with ED scribbled on the back. They were not asking if I had lost something. They were offering a trade or a lure. My eyes slid involuntarily to the tent zipper. The metal tab glinted faintly in the headlamp's glow where it rested in the bottom corner. The line of teeth above it was a sharp black curve against the pale fabric, the only thing between me and the night. Outside, something began to move along the edge of the tent. A long, dragging sound like a stick or a piece of metal being pulled slowly along the ground. It started near one corner, then scraped its way along until it hit one of the tent stakes. The impact made the thin pole shiver a trembling that ran up into the fabric and into my bones. It stayed there, whatever it was, pressing just enough that the stake moaned faintly in the earth. The walkie in my hands hummed with low static waiting. 5, 1. The run back to the truck. There is a point where your brain stops being part of the conversation. All the careful calculations, the weighing of options, the maybe if I just stay still. Logic, there is a line past which none of that matters. Your body decides for you. I hit that line when whatever was outside dragged along the tent stake and made the pole shiver. The long scrape vibrated through the floor and up my spine, a slow, deliberate sound, not the random bump of a wandering animal. Whoever was out there knew exactly where my little shelter was anchored and had chosen to touch that point. The walkie hummed low in my hands, static like a held breath. The voice's last words echoed in my head. If you open the zipper, I can give it back. Something about the casual assurance in that sentence, like they were standing a foot away with my lost property in hand, snapped the last thread holding me in place. I did not think I'm going to run. I did not think anything in complete sentences. My body just moved. I tightened my grip on the radio for a second, then let it go. It dropped onto the sleeping bag with a small, dull thump that sounded way too loud. The green display glowed at me accusingly. I snatched my phone from the mesh pocket, grabbed my keys where they hung on a small carabiner from an inside loop, and shoved both into my front pocket. The rest of my gear, the pack, the stove, the food, all the things I had carefully bought and packed, blurred into irrelevance. If I lived, I could replace them. If I did not, they were just weight. The zipper pull at the base of the tent door gleamed in the headlamp's dim light. I curled my fingers around it, feeling the cold metal bite into my shaking hand. Outside, the scraping paused, as if whoever held the other end of that sound knew what I was about to do. For a heartbeat, I hesitated. I had a flash of an image, my hand ripping the zipper up, only to feel it jerk back from the outside, some other grip yanking it closed again, the teeth fusing shut around my wrist, my face hitting nylon as something pressed in. That tiny flicker of fear almost locked me in place. Almost. Adrenaline overrode it. I yanked the zipper up in one savage motion. The rasp of teeth separating ripped through the quiet, a harsh, tearing sound that might as well have been a scream. Cold night air rushed in through the widening gap, carrying the sharp scent of leaf mold and my own sweat back at me. Nothing grabbed it from the other side. The flap sagged open dark space beyond. I did not give myself time to peer out, to listen to, try to see a foot or a shadow. I dove. I exploded out of the tent in a clumsy, stumbling scramble, knees catching on the threshold, hands hitting dirt. For a second, I was on all fours, breath knocked half out of me, headlamp beam skittering wildly over the ground and up the trees. The clearing looked different at night, everything rendered in harsh contrasts. The trunks nearest me jumped out in stark white, washed by the lamp. Beyond them, the forest was a wall of black. The tent behind me sagged its door, gaping like a mouth mid-word. I did not look long enough to see if anything stood just beyond the zone of light. I ran. Branches whipped at my arms and shoulders as I plunged toward the side of the clearing, where I knew the narrow path dropped back down to the main trail. Leaves slid under my boots, slick, threatening to send me down on my back. Every footfall sounded like an accusation, too loud, too careless, broadcasting my location to whoever or whatever might be listening. The headlamp beam swung with each stride, carving erratic arcs through the trees. Sometimes it hit a trunk, dead on, blindingly bright in the center of my vision. Sometimes it swung away, and all I had for half a second was the memory of where the ground had been. Behind me, for the first few seconds, I heard it. Footsteps, not echoes of my own, not delayed leaf crackles. Heavy separate impacts offset from my rhythm just slightly slower. Thud crunch, the sound of weight on earth. I did not turn around. I did not aim the light back. My entire body was narrowed to a single imperative: forward. If it's behind me, I don't want to know what it looks like. The thought came in a flat, clear voice in the middle of the panic, calm in a way that felt obscene. I held on to it like a mantra: forward, forward, forward. Somewhere to my right, something snapped a branch, breaking under pressure. My mind supplied an image of a hand reaching for support and missing. I ran harder, my chest burned. Cold air tore at my throat. The battery in the headlamp made a small, irregular weight against my forehead. Every bounce a reminder that it existed and could at any moment decide it had given enough. The narrow side path dropped down off the little rise toward the main trail. My foot hit a patch of damp leaves, wrong slid, and I went down hard on my right palm. Pain lanced up my arm as skin met rock. My keys jammed into my front pocket, dug into my hip, and I heard the little metallic jingle they made as I hit. For a fraction of a second, the impact knocked the air out of me. The headlamp beam slammed into the ground, illuminating leaves in harsh, close-up veins, wrought a beetle frozen mid-scuttle, as if that was all the universe would ever be again. Behind me, the sound of footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was worse. It left a blank space where a threat should be. My brain scrabbled at it, trying to fill it with something, breath-speech movement, and found nothing. Get up, I gasped at myself, voice shredded. Get up, get up, get up! I pushed off the ground, hand throbbing, small bits of grit embedded in my torn skin. My legs protested, muscles already burning, but they obeyed. I forced myself back into a run, less efficient now, more stumble than stride, but moving. The headlamp miraculously stayed on. The side path spat me out onto the broader, more defined trail with less ceremony than I expected. One moment I was crashing through uneven underbrush. The next, my boots hit a slightly firmer ribbon of packed leaves and dirt, the space in front of me opening up by a few extra feet. The main trail felt like a highway compared to the clearing's tangle. I could see farther ahead in my bobbing cone of light enough to recognize the curve of the path, the slight rise where we'd first dipped into the hollow. I did not stop to savor it. I pounded down that trail, as if the only thing keeping the world from collapsing behind me was momentum. My breathing grated in my throat loud enough that it should have drowned out everything else. Still, I listened for the slightest hint of another set of feet, another branch crack timed just off my own noise. Nothing. Just wind moving through the canopy, a few insects already daring to start up again. tentative, as if testing whether it was safe to resume. The lack of pursuit did not feel like safety. It felt like decision. Like whatever had been outside the tent had made a choice I did not understand. When I finally saw the break in the tree line ahead, the faint lighter band that meant the parking spur, my lungs were on fire. The muscles at the backs of my legs screamed with each stride. Sweat chilled my back under my jacket, a cold, clammy film. The trail spat me out into the open. The small dirt lot looked almost exactly as it had when I'd left it, flat, rutted, framed by trees. My truck squatted where I'd parked it, dark and solid. The Subaru still sat at its crooked angle, dust pale in the headlamp beam. Its windows reflected my light back at me in warped, ghostly ovals. No new vehicles, no silhouettes leaning against hoods, no Ranger truck with friendly decals and headlights aimed my way. Just my truck, the Subaru, and the forest pressing in on all sides. My boots hit gravel, and the sound changed instantly. The crunch and clatter of small stones underfoot was almost comforting, solid, unambiguous, human-made. It was terrain I knew, parking lot, not forest floor. The noise of it seemed to draw a line under the trees, saying this far, no further. My hands fumbled for the key fob in my pocket. The metal caught on the edge of the fabric. For a heartbeat, I thought I had lost it, that in the fall or the scramble I'd torn it free and left it somewhere in the woods, invisible among leaves. My fingers closed around it at the last second. I yanked it out, thumb hunting blindly for the unlock button. When I finally smashed it, the truck answered with a sharp double beep and the rapid stutter of the hazard lights flashing. The sound shattered the fragile quiet of the lot. The headlights did not come on yet, but the interior dome light blinked a small glow in the cab. The noise was both a relief and a horror. Relief because it meant the truck was real, operational on my side. Horror because it might as well have been me blowing a whistle and yelling, "I'm here," to anything listening in the surrounding dark. I did not wait to see if the Subaru would answer. I did not look to see if any shape stirred behind its dusty glass. I grabbed the door handle, yanked it open so hard it bounced once on its hinges, and threw myself into the driver's seat. Gravel dug into the soles of my boots as they pivoted. The familiar smell of the cab, old coffee vinyl, the faint trace of fast food from 2 weekends ago rushed over me like something from another life. I slammed the door. The thunk of it closing felt too thin as a barrier, and yet immeasurably better than nylon. I jammed my thumb on the lock button, listening for the clack of the other doors. Hit it again just to be sure. Childproofing a panic. Keys. Ignition. My hands shook so badly I fumbled the first attempt and scraped metal across plastic. The second time the key slid home. I turned it, half expecting nothing, some cruel silence that would mean I was trapped in a dead shell in the middle of nowhere. The engine coughed once, then roared to life. The whole truck vibrated. The dashboard lit up with little amber and red icons, all the usual warnings and confirmations. The sound of the engine's rumble poured into the cab, a low, steady presence that was suddenly the most reassuring noise I had ever heard. I flipped on the headlights. 2 white cones carved themselves out of the dark, spearing into the trees at the edge of the lot. Branches leapt into stark relief, white limbs against black. The Subaru's paint flashed pale, then sank back into shadow. Beyond the reach of my beams, the forest remained a wall of night, dense and unreadable. For a moment, hands locked on the steering wheel, I just sat there. My pulse pounded in my temples. The headlamp still clung to my forehead, casting a faint extra glow on the ceiling of the cab. I could feel the sting of the scrape on my palm, sticky warmth, where blood had started to dry. My breaths came in short, ragged bursts. The walkie-talkie was still in the tent, lying on my sleeping bag, its sickly green display casting a small halo in an empty space. The lost mic, if it was here at all, was somewhere I could not see. Out in the lot, the Subaru sat motionless. In front of me, the dirt spur connected to the darker ribbon of the county road, and beyond that, the unseen network of highways leading back to East Dublin Granville. Back to my third-floor box. Back to doors that lock and zippers that until recently had meant something. I put the truck into gear, hands still shaking, and eased my foot onto the gas. 5-2. Back to civilization, sort of. I wish I could say the drive out of Wayne felt like an escape. It did not. Once I eased the truck out of the dirt lot and back onto the narrow county road, the forest closed in on either side branches, bending toward the beams of my headlights like they were curious. The engine's low growl filled the cab, steady and familiar, but my hands still shook on the wheel. The steering column vibrated slightly under my grip, and for a while I could not tell if that was the truck or my own nerves. I kept the radio off. The thought of a human voice coming out of the dashboard, all smooth and scripted, made my skin crawl. Every commercial announcer would sound like they were whispering through that little walkie speaker again. Every song would feel like a recording laid over something more immediate. So I drove with only the truck's own sounds for company. The rumble of the engine rising and falling as I sped up and slowed down, the faint rattle in the driver's side door, the low whistle around the poorly sealed windshield when I hit 45. The tires hissed on the asphalt in a constant low rush. When I hit a rough patch, something in the glove box clunked. My wipers squeaked once over a dry windshield when my hand flicked the stalk out of habit. The rubber dragged across the clean glass with a grating sound that raised every hair on my arms. I snapped them off and left them there, frozen mid-motion, like a pair of hands caught in the act. Outside, the dark thinned gradually. The farther I got from the forest, the more the world started to rearrange itself into human lines. Fences, mailboxes, the occasional porch light glowing over a gravel driveway. The horizon opened in patches. The trees still crowded the road, but they no longer formed walls. My phone lay face down in the cup holder, a dead weight. At some point halfway between nothing and a town, it twitched to life. The first vibration made me jerk. I glanced down, half expecting to see the sick little walkie display staring back at me instead of my home screen. The second vibration rolled in before the first had fully faded, then a third, then a fourth. The phone buzzed against the plastic like an insect trapped inside each short burst of movement, another delayed piece of my life catching up. When I flipped it over at a stop sign, the screen was already lit with notifications. Work emails. The help desk ticket system kindly informing me that new urgent requests had come in. A weather alert about a possible overnight shower in Columbus. A spam text from a number I did not know offering some too-good-to-be-true deal. The normal little digital pileup that happens when you go off-grid for a few hours. Part of me wanted to throw the phone out the window. The rest clutched at those notifications like proof the other world still existed. A few miles later, the road dumped me out onto a slightly larger one with real lane markings and a gas station blinking at a crossroads. The sign over it promised open 24 hours in red neon, though one of the tubes in the hours part sputtered, flickering between lit and dead so fast it looked like the word was breathing. I pulled in without really deciding to. My hands turned the wheel tires bumping over the lip of the driveway, the truck coasting into a space facing the front windows. The overhead canopy lights painted everything in a flat yellow glare, pumps, trash cans, the dark silhouettes of bugs circling under the fixtures. Inside, through the plate glass, I could see rows of brightly colored snacks and drinks refrigerator cases lined up like sentries along the back wall. The light in there was harsh, white, buzzing faintly. A bored clerk sat behind the counter, elbows on the laminate head, dipping toward their phone. Civilization. Or the version of it you get at 1 in the morning in small-town Ohio. I killed the engine. The sudden absence of the motor's rumble made the world feel too quiet again. I could hear the distant swoosh of a highway farther off, just a constant low rush. The gas station's lights buzzed. I checked the locks twice, then made myself open the door. The air outside was cooler than in the cab, a thin breeze carrying the smell of gasoline fryer grease from somewhere down the road, and that faint metallic tang that always seems to hang around big lights at night. Gravel crunched under my boots as I walked toward the door. Inside, the hum of the refrigerator cases hit me first, a steady low drone that filled the space and made the silence between other sounds feel tight. Occasionally, one of the compressors kicked into a louder mode, buzzing higher for a few seconds, before dropping back down. The soda coolers rattled faintly whenever someone opened a door too hard. Pop music played overhead, tinny and thin, a catchy hook stretched too far over cheap speakers. It barely covered the hum. The clerk glanced up as the door sensor chimed, gave me a quick nod that said, "I see you, but I am not going to exert more energy than that." Their eyes were heavy-lidded, an open bottle of some energy drink half-finished near the register. I made a line straight for the restroom. The door was marked with a simple plastic sign and a strip of tape holding the edge of the frame together. Inside, the fluorescent was so bright it felt like it buzzed directly in my skull. The restroom fan droned from a vent in the ceiling, a low, constant whir, a little rough around the edges. It sounded too much like the walkie static for comfort. Every time it wobbled in pitch, my shoulders tensed. I splashed water on my face, watched it drip into the stained sink, and caught sight of myself in the spotted mirror. I looked worse than I felt, eyes wide and bloodshot dirt smeared along my jaw, a line of dried blood on my right palm where I'd gone down on the rock. Pine needles clung to the sleeve of my jacket. A rational person I thought would call someone. Standing there under that light with the fan humming and the smell of cheap soap in my nose, I tried the sentence out in my head. "Yeah, I'm camping out near Wayne," and a voice came through a walkie-talkie inside my tent telling me it's not my cat. Even in silent thought, it sounded like something you would say if you were testing a cop's patience, or a psych evaluator's. I added details mentally like seasoning. There was a missing radio mic from my truck. My tent had been opened, my backpack searched, nothing of value taken. The phrase, "I know how this sounds," kept trying to attach itself to every clause. I dried my hands on the feeble paper towel, pressed the button to make the fan shut off, no luck. It was wired to the light and stared at my reflection a second longer. I did not want to dial 911 and hear my voice echo in some dispatch center, my words recorded and replayable forever. I did not want to see a sheriff's cruiser pull into this lot, lights off, but presence undeniable, and have to walk them through why I had abandoned a camp without any violence they could measure. There was a middle option. On the way back out to the truck, I stopped by the small faded bulletin board near the bathrooms. Tacked there among lost dog flyers and an old poster for a blood drive was a card with the Wayne National Forest logo and some numbers printed under it, Ranger District Office Emergency Information. I memorized the non-emergency line and punched it into my phone as I walked back across the lot. The clerk barely looked up this time. The neon open sign continued to flicker in the corner of my eye. Back in the cab, with the doors locked and the engine still off, I sat in the dark and hit call. It rang 4 times before a recorded voice picked up smooth and generic. "You have reached the Wayne National Forest District Office. Our regular business hours are..." I listened through the hours, the prompts, the little speech about recreation, permits until it finally offered the option to leave a voicemail for after hours, concerns that are not life-threatening emergencies. When the beep came, my brain went blank for 1 second, like it had stalled. Then words tumbled out. I said my name. I was camping off one of the Forest Service roads near. I stumbled through a general description of where I'd parked, mentioned the dusty blue Subaru as a landmark. I just left my camp because someone was messing with my tent. I forced myself to stick to the parts that sounded less insane if you stripped away the implications. I came back from a short hike and found my tent unzipped. My backpack opened, some gear moved. It looked like somebody had gone through my stuff. I didn't see anyone, but it really freaked me out. I left the campground, and I'm on my way home now. I just wanted to report that there might be someone out there messing with campsites, and I abandoned a tent and some equipment. So if you find it, I'm fine. I trailed off for a second. There was a long pause where I could have mentioned the walkie, the voice, the phrase, "I'm not your cat." I felt the words press against the back of my teeth. I just didn't feel safe staying. I finished instead. My voice sounded small and tired. "If you need to reach me, my number is..." I gave it, hung up, and stared at the home screen, as if expecting it to tell me I'd made everything up. The parking lot was almost empty. A single semi idled on the far edge, lights off, engine rumbling softly. The gas station windows glowed. Bugs flung themselves against the glass. The sky over the highway beyond was a flat, washed-out black, bleached by distant city glow. The only sounds were the buzz of the station's lights, the far-off rush of the interstate, the occasional clank from the semi as something shifted. It should have felt safe, lit, human. Instead, it felt like a set, a backdrop, thin. I turned the key and brought the engine back to life. The rest of the drive blurred into a long gray ribbon. I took the same roads back in reverse county blacktop, to state route to US 33, then onto I-270 and around the familiar arc toward home. As I drew closer to Columbus, the horizon picked up more color. Sodium vapor lights scattered along the freeway interchanges. Billboards loomed lit from below, selling things nobody needed at 2 in the morning. My phone buzzed occasionally with new emails, calendar reminders that no longer applied, a late-night meme from a group chat I usually ignored. The normal digital static of my life tried to reassert itself. I let the screen light up the cab, then go dark again over and over. I did not turn on the radio. The idea of music felt obscene, like laughing too loudly at a funeral. By the time I took my exit, the sky at the edge of the city was beginning to lighten. Not dawn, not really, but that pre-sun gray that creeps up from the horizon and peels the black back by layers. Streetlights along East Dublin Granville cast pale circles on mostly empty parking lots. I drove past strip malls just opening for the day, their storefronts still dark, only the pharmacy sign glowing green. Fast food signs promised breakfast in cheerful fonts. A delivery truck idled behind a grocery store, backup alarm beeping as it inched toward the loading dock. It was the same world I had left that afternoon, same lines, same logos, same tired buildings. Seen through the film of the night, I had just had it look too bright and too fake, like someone had draped a cartoon over something that was still waiting patiently underneath, breathing slow, listening. 5.3, the ranger's call and the apartment radio. I slept in pieces that day. Sleep might not be the right word. I dozed and jolted and drifted on the couch with the blinds half closed, letting streaks of gray morning filter in over the coffee table. My body was exhausted, but my brain kept replaying the same loop tent zipper static, the phrase, "I'm not your cat," coming through a little green-lit box in my hands. At some point, I must have actually slipped under for real, because the next thing I remember was my phone buzzing against my chest, where I'd dropped it. The vibration startled me awake. The TV was on muted, showing some mid-afternoon commercial where everyone's teeth looked edited. Milo was curled in a warm, heavy ball against my legs, his tail flicking once in protest when I jerked. Caller ID showed an unfamiliar number with an area code that matched the Wayne District office card. For a second, I considered letting it go to voicemail. Pretend I was still asleep. Pretend the whole thing was someone else's problem now. Then I remembered the message I'd left in the gas station lot and forced my thumb to hit accept. "Hello, hi, is this?" The ranger said my name, getting the pronunciation almost right. His voice was casual, a little flat, the sound of somebody working their way through a list of calls. "This is Officer Reynolds with Wayne National Forest, returning your message from last night." I sat up straighter without meaning to. Milo slid down a little claws, flexing in annoyance. "Yeah," I said. "Yeah, that's me." He confirmed a couple of details, the general area I'd described, the mention of the dusty Subaru, the fact that I had left a tent and some equipment behind after feeling unsafe. His tone stayed comfortably neutral, not accusatory, not overly concerned. Just a guy doing follow-up. Anyway, he continued, "We sent a ranger up that spur this morning to check it out. We did find your campsite." My mouth went dry again. Okay. He started listing items like he was reading off an inventory sheet. "Looks like you had a small 2-person dome tent, blue and gray, 1 sleeping bag, some cookware, backpack, little stove. Some critters had already started nosing around, but nothing too torn up yet. A few things were missing, might have been taken by whoever messed with your stuff or just walked off at some point." "Missing," I repeated. My voice came out thin. "Yeah," he said. Papers rustled on his end. "No food bag, least not what we saw. No obvious valuables, but I don't know what you had with you. We'll make a detailed note. We did haul your main gear back down. We can hold it for a bit at the station if you want to pick it up." I closed my eyes. The idea of driving back down there, walking into that office, signing my name on a form to reclaim the tent I'd crawled out of, felt impossible. Like letting the woods reach back into my life with a polite smile. I'm not sure yet," I said carefully. "I don't know if I want it back." "Up to you," he said easily. "We keep found property for 30 days. After that, it's either tossed or auctioned, depending on what it is." "Oh." He paused as if remembering a footnote. "There was some kind of old radio there, too. Looked like a pretty beat-up unit. We'll hold on to that with the rest in case you want to pick it up." Everything in me stopped. For a second, I swear I could hear the blood rushing in my ears over the phone line. "Radio," I echoed. "What kind of radio? Walkie-talkie, I guess," he said. "Chunky thing. Looked like it had seen better days. Might have been yours, might have been left by whoever was creeping around your camp. Hard to tell. Either way, we bagged it with your stuff. Just letting you know." But the words snagged in my throat. I pictured the walkie where I'd left it lying on my sleeping bag, its dim green display glowing in the low tent light. I pictured myself dropping it, scrambling out the tent flap, yawning open behind me. I had never gone back. "Are you sure it was at my site?" I managed. "The radio, pretty sure," he said. "It was inside the tent on bedding, not the kind of thing that just blows in. You said in your message you thought someone had been in your gear, right? Maybe they left it. Maybe they planned to come back for it. Either way, it's with us now." That last sentence made something cold slide down my back. With us now. In 2 places, apparently. I swallowed. "I don't think I want any of it back," I said finally. "Tent radio, any of it. You can toss it, auction it, whatever you do. I'm not going to be camping again for a while." He gave a little huff of a laugh at that, not unkind. "Fair enough. You sure you're okay, though? You didn't see anyone. You're not missing anything like a firearm, anything we should be more concerned about?" "No gun," I said. "Just my nerves." "Yeah, that happens." His voice shifted into that half-reassuring, half-dismissive tone people use when they want to put a bow on a conversation. "Keep your doors locked. Maybe stick to the official campgrounds next time. We'll send a patrol through that area for a couple nights, see if anything pops. Thanks for calling it in." "Yeah," I said. "Thanks for checking." We hung up. The apartment settled back into its usual afternoon volume fridge humming upstairs, neighbor moving around some distant car, barking its alarm once and then stopping. Milo stretched claws, sinking briefly into my jeans, and resettled himself closer to my hip. It was a small, defiant piece of normal. I tried to lean into it. That night, I did my best impression of a person who had had a weird scare and was now determined to shrug it off. I ordered pizza. The delivery guy gave me a look that said I probably smelled like I'd lost a fight with a tree, but he did not comment. I tipped too much out of some subconscious gratitude that he existed and was delivering cheese instead of voices. I left the TV on volume low, letting some forgettable sitcom fill the space between my thoughts. Studio laughter drifted in and out of the room, canned and hollow. Milo made slow circuits from my lap to the food bowl and backtail twitching when the laugh track hit too high. By around 1:30 in the morning, the pizza box was half empty on the coffee table. My eyes burned from the shifting light, and the sitcom voices felt less like comfort and more like a flimsy curtain that might tear if the wrong sound leaned on it. I clicked the TV off. The screen went black, reflecting a faint, distorted version of my living room couch coffee table, the outline of my own head. The sudden absence of chatter made the regular apartment sounds flare into focus. Fridge hum. Box fan in the bedroom spinning a steady, soft roar down the hallway. Somewhere beyond the walls, a toilet flushed. The upstairs neighbor's footfalls creaked once, then stilled. I picked up the pizza box, folded it, dropped it in the trash with a muffled thump. Milo hopped up onto the back of the couch tail, flicking lazily. The apartment looked like it always did at that hour, dim, familiar, cluttered enough to feel lived in, quiet enough to be safe. I told myself that this was what I trusted, not the tent, not the trees. I turned off the living room lamp. The hallway stretched ahead of me, darker. The thermostat on the wall glowed a faint green. The box fan's white noise puffed gently from the bedroom, pulling me toward it. As I walked past the closet where I kept my coats and camping gear, the sliding door one in the hallway, I heard it. A short burst of static. Very faint, like someone had turned the volume down low. Half a second long. The sound was so out of place against the domestic hum that my brain tried to file it under pipe noise or old wiring for a full breath before admitting what it really was. Radio static. I froze. The tiny hairs at the back of my neck stood up as if someone had exhaled on them. It's just the building, I told myself, because the alternative was to think about walls as membranes instead of barriers. Old wiring, somebody's baby monitor, a neighbor's TV, whatever. My feet did not move. The closet door loomed to my right, a simple white panel with a cheap round handle. Behind it hung my jacket, my spare shoes, my empty backpack, the one I had unpacked earlier, shell-shocked, dumping out what little I had carried home. I could have kept walking. Gone straight to the bedroom, shut the door, turned the fan up, drowned everything out. Let the building's mechanical lullaby do its thing. Instead, something quieter and colder inside me reached out and closed my fingers around the closet handle. The metal was cool and a little tacky, like oil from a dozen casual touches, had never fully wiped away. I slid the door along its track. The rollers squeaked faintly, a sound I had stopped noticing months ago. The gap widened, revealing the dark interior in slices. The smell hit me first. Dust. Fabric softener from old coats. A thin, stale undertone of cardboard and plastic. I flicked on the little pull chain light inside. The bulb hummed itself awake, casting a weak yellow glow over the hanging jackets, the shelf of shoeboxes. The backpack leaned against the wall where I had left it, limp and deflated. And on the floor against the wall, right next to that backpack's side pocket, sat the walkie-talkie. The exact same archaic unit from the tent. Same worn rubber edges, same half-unscrewed antenna, same scuffed plastic over the display, same pattern of dust in the grooves, like someone's thumb had lived there. I knew it was the same in the way you know your own keys. It did not just look like it. It felt like it had arrived with all its memories intact. For a second, it was just an object in a pool of light. Lifeless. Dark. My brain tried to throw up possibilities. Maybe the ranger had pulled some elaborate prank, somehow gotten into my apartment in the hours since his call. Maybe my mind had broken a little and bought a used radio off eBay and forgotten. Maybe the display flickered. I had not touched it. I was standing in the doorway, hands at my sides, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. The tiny green screen wavered, segments of numbers blinking on and off, as though the power was being fed in pulses. At first, it was a jumble half-lit digits that could have been anything. Then they steadied, coalescing into 4 clear numbers. 249. They glowed up at me from the closet floor like a verdict. In the kitchen, the fridge compressor clicked off. The hum I had been half aware of this whole time died mid-cycle. The box fan in the bedroom wound down, blades spinning slower, the white noise tapering off like someone dragging 2 fingers off a piano key. For a moment that stretched far beyond its actual length, my entire apartment fell into a deep, mechanical silence. The same silence the forest had made before the static started. The same silence my hallway had held when the elevator dinged at a weird hour. The same silence I had filled over and over with 3 stupid words I would never be able to take back. 6-1. Checking the building. The next day at work, I might as well have been a ghost. I showed up on time. I badged in. I sat at my desk in the same corner of the open-plan office under the same buzzing fluorescent lights with the same dual monitors blinking awake in front of me. Outlook opened, ticketing system loaded. My headset rested on its hook, waiting. None of it felt real. Every sound in that room had a twin in my head. The HVAC blew its constant cool breath through the vents overhead, a gentle rushing noise I had never really noticed before. Now, every time it cycled off, the pause grabbed my attention, like a hand on the back of my neck. Those few seconds of unnatural quiet, with nothing but keyboards clacking and the occasional cough, felt exactly like the moments in my apartment when everything mechanical held its breath. Twice that morning during those lulls, I thought I heard static. Just a half-second crackle at the edge of hearing. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, from the AC vent above, from inside my headset, resting on the desk, from the printer across the aisle as it spooled up a job. Each time I would jerk my head up, eyes searching for some visible cause, someone adjusting a mic, an unplugged cable, anything. Everyone else kept typing. By 10, I had answered exactly 3 emails and resolved 1 low-priority ticket that a trainee could have closed in 2 minutes. My coffee got cold, untouched. My eyes kept sliding from the screen to the corner of my monitor, where the time sat digital and indifferent. I opened a blank text document and typed 249, just to see it. To make it less like a number the universe owned and more like something I had put there on purpose. It did not help. By lunch, my manager did a slow pass by my desk, the way managers do when they want to check if you are drowning without getting their shoes wet. I mumbled something about rough night and not feeling great. He gave me a sympathetic grimace and told me to head out early if I needed to just make sure the urgent tickets were handled. Urgent tickets, walkie-talkies, voices that knew where I slept. On my way back from the break room, I caught my own reflection in the dark glass of a conference room, pale, deep shadows under my eyes, shoulders hunched like I was expecting to be hit. I looked like someone who had been listening for something too long. I left an hour before the end of my shift. Nobody stopped me. Instead of going straight up to my apartment when I pulled into the lot, I went to the leasing office. The building's office always smells faintly like coffee and paper, no matter the time of day. Today, there was an extra edge of microwave popcorn hanging in the air, too. The manager, Sasha, mid-30s, perpetually tired, was at her desk clicking through something on her computer when I stepped in. She glanced up, smile automatic. "Hey, how's it going?" "Hey." My voice felt like it belonged to someone borrowing my face. "Listen, I had a weird night, out of town, but I wanted to ask if anything strange has been going on here. Break-ins, people messing with doors, that kind of thing." Her smile faltered a millimeter. "Landlords hate that question." No reported break-ins in the building," she said. "We had some car break-ins in the lot last month, but that's about it." "Why did you see something?" I thought about the figure on the CCTV, the chain hanging loose, the cracked cabinet door. "I told security I saw someone out in the hallway on the camera that one time," I said, which was true. "And I've been hearing noises at night, static in the vents. I just wanted to know if maintenance has been working on anything. Wiring, fire alarms." At that, she rolled her chair back a little and flipped through a binder on the credenza behind her. "We did have the fire system inspected a couple weeks ago," she said. "They did some tests with the speakers. Some tenants complained about weird sounds after that, little bursts of static or like muffled voices at night. But the electrician thinks it's just interference from other systems. Wi-Fi, radio, whatever. Thin walls, you know." "Muffled voices," I repeated, feeling my stomach tilt. "In the fire alarm speakers." "Yeah," she shrugged. "It's in the notes. We can have them come out again if it keeps bothering people." "Why is it keeping you up?" My laugh came out all wrong. "Something like that," I said. "Could I see some more of the hallway footage from last week? And maybe the week before?" Her eyebrows went up, but she did not argue. Tenants lighting up about security was better than tenants lighting up the reviews. "Sure. Let me grab Mark," she said. "He knows the system better than I do." We went down the same small hallway as last time into the cramped office where the security screens lived. The air in there was always a couple degrees warmer than outside the hum of electronics, layering over the building's own size. The security guard on duty, different guy this time. Older gray at the temples, swiveled his chair away from a game of something on his phone when we walked in. Sasha explained what I wanted. He shrugged, cracked his knuckles and started clicking through menus. The HVAC in the tiny room cycled off as he worked. The sudden drop in background noise hit me like a shove. The only sounds left were the faint click of his mouse, the thud of my own pulse in my ears, and his throat clearing once as a clip loaded. The silence around those small sounds felt too close, like the tent, like the gas station restroom, like my kitchen when the fridge stopped mid-hum. "Which nights you interested in?" he asked without looking back. I gave him a list. The Tuesday the CCTV had caught the figure. 2 other nights I had half-asleep notes about in my phone, weird noise kitchen, 312 static by thermostat. He pulled up the feeds from my floor, time-stamped archives. grainy, black and white hallway footage flickered across one of the screens, arranged in a grid elevator, both ends of the hall stairwell door. We watched the first clip in silence, the hallway at 2 a.m, empty, the camera time code ticking at the bottom. A shadow from somewhere off-screen shifted once, probably the elevator cables moving. Nothing else. "Go to 2:49, I said quietly. He typed in the numbers. The time jumped. We watched the moment that had already imprinted itself on my brain from the last visit, the elevator doors opening on an empty cab, the figure in the hoodie stepping halfway into frame, staying just inside the blind spot, the tilt of their head toward my door that we could not quite see. My chest tightened. It felt worse on the second viewing, knowing more. "Yeah, we saw this," the guard said. "Could be some punk checking for open doors. Could be a tenant smoking in the stairwell and trying not to be on camera. Hard to say." He scratched his chin. "No one filed any incident reports that night. No one except me, weeks later, in the form of an email to a horror channel." We moved on to the other nights. The first looked boring enough at first glance, long stretch of nothing hallway carpet. Frozen mid-gray elevator doors, shut, stairwell closed. The time code rolled through 3:11, 3:12, 3:13. Then, at 3:12:07, the footage hiccuped. For exactly one frame, the image turned to static. Not just a glitch, gray, full television snow diagonal lines tearing through it, like something had grabbed the signal and shaken it. Then it snapped back, hallway intact, time code continuing as if nothing had happened. I felt that same little drop in my stomach I get when I miss a step in the dark. "That normal?" I asked. The guard leaned forward, squinting. Digital systems glitch sometimes. Could be a power fluctuation, could be nothing. It only dropped for a split second." "Can you go back?" I said. Frame by frame, he humored me. We rolled the clip back, tapped through. Hallway, frame, static, hallway. No human shape in between. Nowhere for anyone to be. I pulled my phone out and opened my notes app with one thumb. The timestamp on the entry I'd made that night, half asleep, eyes squinting against the screen, stared back up at me, 3:12 a.m. Weird noise kitchen, like someone touched fork, time zones, clock drift, human error. Small margins, sure, but the lineup was close enough to make my skin prickle. We checked the other nights I had flagged. On one, nothing. On another, a similar hiccup, static for a frame at 1:47 a.m. I scrolled through my notes and found another sleepy entry. 1:47. Milo on bed, heard closet click. The HVAC kicked on again in the tiny office, flooding the room with a rush of air that felt too loud after the hyper-focus of watching those frames. A cardboard box in the corner rattled. The guard's chair squeaked as he sat back. "You see what I mean?" I said, hearing how thin my voice sounded. "That the only weird stuff?" he asked. "No one actually at your door on those other nights, far as we can see. No one visible," I said. He shrugged. "Cameras are cameras. They don't catch everything. You want, we can check wiring, but if you're just hearing things..." He left the sentence hanging, polite doubt baked in. Sasha touched my arm lightly. "We'll put in a maintenance ticket to have the alarm speakers checked again," she said. "And we'll ask patrol to swing by your floor more often at night. That's about all we can do, short of you getting a door camera yourself." I nodded, because there was nothing else to do in that room. On the walk back upstairs, the building felt narrower. The elevator ride up was slow, the car humming as it climbed. The little digital floor indicator ticked from 1 to 2 to 3. The doors opened with their usual soft ding. The hallway outside my unit looked exactly the same as in the footage. Same patterned carpet, same light fixture humming overhead, same fire alarm speaker on the ceiling, its white plastic face flush with the drywall little hole pattern like freckles. I stopped directly under it. It was a stupid thing to do. I knew that. Standing in the middle of the hallway staring at the ceiling is how you get your neighbors to start rumors. But I did it anyway. I tilted my head back, listening. The HVAC blew somewhere down the hall. A door closed 2 floors above with a faint thunk, the vibration traveling down the building's bones. My own fridge behind my apartment door hummed. From the speaker above, nothing. No hiss, no hum. Just the weight of its presence on the ceiling, a circle of silence. I stayed there long enough for my neck to start aching. Just when I was about to give up and write it off as paranoia, it came. A single tiny click. Not loud, not long. The kind of sound you might hear if someone tested a mic by tapping it with their fingernail once. The hair on my arms rose in a wave. Down the hall, someone's TV laughed. The building breathed. The speaker went quiet again, pretending it had done nothing at all. 6.2, diving into digital ghosts. Back in my apartment, I did the thing people do when they start to suspect their own senses. I tried to turn my life into data. If I could get the sounds onto a screen, little waveforms and timestamps, maybe they would shrink. Maybe I could pin them down and say, this is where I was wrong, instead of letting them spread out into every quiet corner of my day. I started with my phone. That first evening after talking to the manager, I sat at my kitchen table with a pad of paper, my phone in front of me, and Milo doing slow laps between my legs and his food bowl. Every time the fridge compressor kicked on or off, I made a note. Fridge off, 7:13 p.m. The HVAC cycling. Vent hum stops, 7:28. The elevator ding down the hall. Footsteps upstairs. My own half-remembered coughs. It felt ridiculous, like cataloging ghost sightings in a spreadsheet. But it also felt like control. I downloaded a couple of free sound recording apps, the kind podcasters use when they are just starting out and can't afford anything better. I experimented walking around the apartment, holding my phone up to the vents, to the fire alarm speaker in the hallway, to the closet door. I hit record and just let it run, watching the waveform crawl along the screen until my arm got tired. Nothing. Just room tone, a soft, fuzzy line of noise. When I boosted the volume and listened back, all I could hear were the things I already knew: the fridge hum, the faint whoosh in the walls, Milo's collar bell jingling when he jumped off the couch. It was the gaps I cared about, the hushes. The nights blurred into a kind of montage I would not wish on anyone. I would lie in bed on top of the covers, fully dressed, phone on the nightstand, within reach, recording app open, or a voice memo running. The box fan hummed in the corner, a steady white wall that I kept turning down lower because I was afraid it would drown out what I was trying to catch. Every time the fan's motor shifted pitch, my muscles clenched. I got used to the sequence without meaning to. Fridge kicks off a soft click, then the hum dying mid-note. HVAC follows vents going from whisper to flat nothing. The building's electromagnetic chatter, whatever you want to call the collective sound of all the machines doing their jobs, thins down to almost zero. In that thinness, I would hold my breath, waiting for the crackle, the click, the whisper. Some nights nothing happened. The silence stretched for 5-6 seconds, then the system spun up again, and I would let out a shaky exhale and tell myself I had just survived something incredibly stupid. Other nights, I felt things more than heard them, a sense that the air in the room had shifted, gotten heavier. The impression of weight in the hallway outside my door when nothing actually touched the knob. My body was registering patterns that my conscious mind could not yet name. One night, just past midnight, I recorded myself talking in my sleep. I only know that because of what I found the next day. That evening had started like the others. I set my phone face down on the nightstand, opened the recorder, hit the big red circle, and watched the timer start ticking up. Then I rolled onto my side, stared at the faint glow from the thermostat in the hallway, and listened to the apartment breathe. At some point, exhaustion finally won. The rectangular glow blurred and slid away. I stopped tracking when the fridge cycled, when the vent sighed. The tent in the woods drifted at the edges of my thoughts, mixing with the hallway footage, the ranger's voice, the walkie sitting in my closet, with its tiny green 249. My dreams that night were a tangle of doors and zippers and static. The details faded as soon as I woke up, heart-racing sunlight already leaking around the edges of the blinds. The phone lay where I'd left it, screen dark, warm under my palm when I reached for it. The recorder app was still open. The timer showed 07:23:48, 7.5 hours of my life compressed into a file. I should have deleted it. Instead, I plugged the phone in, put in my earbuds, and hit play. Listening back to your own night is weirder than you might think. At 1.5x speed, my breathing sounded slightly unnatural, a little too fast, like someone in a hurry. There were long stretches of nothing but that breath and the soft rustle of sheets when I shifted. Milo's movements came through clearly, a small thump as he jumped down from the bed, the jingle of his collar bell, the faint crackle of claws on carpet. Outside, noises poked in a distant car on the main road, a neighbor's muffled toilet flushed the elevator's mechanical sigh as it moved between floors. The fridge compressor kicked on and off in the background, a sawtooth rise and fall. I skimmed through hours, like scrubbing through a boring movie eyes on the timeline finger, dragging the cursor along. Most of it was static in the metaphorical sense, normal life sped up, made meaningless by volume. Then I hit the stretch around the time I had been expecting. I slowed the playback to normal speed and checked the time code. The app marked it as 02:48:10, when the fridge hum went from loud to nothing. A few seconds later, a lower vestibular level noise, the vent tapered off too. The room tone flattened into that particular emptiness my ears now recognized. I turned the volume up, heat prickling under my skin. For several long seconds, there was only my breathing, slow, heavy, deeper than when I was awake. It rasped slightly on the inhale. The exhale faded into the quiet like smoke. Milo was still or gone. His bell did not chime. The building itself might as well have left with him. Then very softly, just above the level of a sigh, I heard my own voice. "It's just the cat." Half-mumbled words slurred at the edges with sleep, but unmistakably mine. The cadence was the same as in the daytime, when I said it to myself in the kitchen, in the hallway, in the dark. Reassurance worn into a reflex. I felt my stomach drop. There was a small gap, 2, maybe 3 seconds, where only my breathing filled the channel again. In that space, I could hear my own pulse pounding in my ears in real time, layered over the recorded sound. It made the whole thing feel wrong, like two versions of me had been shoved into the same audio track. Then another voice joined. It came through so faintly at first that I thought it was an echo. The shape of the sentence matched mine exactly, as if it was riding on top of my words. But the tone was off, slightly lower, slightly rougher, like someone had taken my track, pitched it down a fraction, and whispered over it from the other side of a wall. "I'm not." 2 words. Almost nothing. But they threaded themselves through my own with surgical precision, so close that it was hard to tell where I ended and it began. I ripped the earbuds out and stared at the phone like it had bitten me. For a full minute, I sat frozen at my kitchen table, heart beating hard enough that I could feel it in my teeth. The file on the screen was just numbers and bars and a little blue circle waiting to be dragged. A normal app, a normal phone, normal tools for normal people. I put the earbuds back in. I told myself I would prove it was a glitch, that I had simply misheard something, that our brains are pattern machines, and mine had been primed too hard by static and whispers and a night in a tent. I scrolled back 10 seconds, pressed play again. Fridge hum. Silence. My breathing. My own sleepy voice. It's just the cat. And then braided through it like a double track on a tape, that second whisper, I'm not. Same timing, same breath pattern. My exhale became its inhale. My vowel shapes overlapped its consonants. It was like two mouths speaking into the same microphone from different distances. I slowed the playback. I sped it up. I ran it through the app's useless toy filters. Each time the core thing stayed my words, then theirs intertwined in a way that did not make sense if we were separate. The nausea that rolled through me then had very little to do with fear of being hurt. It was the gut-deep sickness you get when reality moves 2 inches to the left and no one warns you. When something as simple as "this is my voice, this is my apartment" stops being stable. The idea that I might be talking in my sleep was not the problem. Lots of people mumble at night. Plenty of devices pick up weird echoes and artifacts when recording in low light, low power, low bit rate. It was the feeling that the line between me and not me had blurred on that track, that someone or something else had slipped into that hushed moment, used my timing, borrowed my breath. I slammed the app closed. The audio cut off mid-breath, leaving the room abruptly, brutally quiet. On the counter, the fridge compressor chose that moment to click back on, humming to life like nothing had happened. I laughed once, a short, broken sound that tasted like stomach acid. For the first time, the thought that scared me most was not someone is in my building or someone followed me from the woods. It was this: what if the thing I've been afraid of has been using my own mouth the whole time? 6. 3. The transcripts folder. At some point, the noise in my head got louder than the noise in the apartment. The recordings, the walkie in the closet, the ranger's call, the glitching CCTV, none of it was fitting into any box I knew how to label. I had always laughed at people who chose horror channels over actual help. But now the idea of dialing 911 and trying to explain that my own voice had been arguing with itself at 2:49 a.m. felt impossible. So I did the one thing that had started all of this. I sat down to write. I opened my laptop at the kitchen table, the same table where I had once scrolled Reddit and eaten pizza without thinking about microphones. Milo hopped up onto the back of the adjacent chair, curled into a loaf, and stared at me with slow blinks that seemed more judgmental than usual. The laptop's fan spun up with a quiet whir. The screen came to life, washing my hands in pale light. Desktop icons arranged themselves in the same grid. They always had work folders, a few game shortcuts, the inevitable clutter of screenshots and half-finished documents. The background image was of Hocking Hills in the fall, taken on a hike long before Wayne had seemed like a good idea. I opened my browser, navigated to the Horror Channel's contact page, and started a new email. Subject: story submission, apartment, woods, radio. The blank body of the message stared back at me. I rested my fingers on the keys and tried to figure out where to start. "Hi," I typed. "I'm writing this to you because I don't know who else would take it seriously. I'm not calling the police. I'm not asking for help. I just need to get this out of my head." The words came slowly at first, then faster. I wrote about the figure on the CCTV, about the night I slept through the break-in, about the cabinet door cracked open and the chain hanging loose. I described the apartment's soundtrack, the mechanical hush, when everything shut off at once. I told them about Wayne, about the unzipped tent, the missing mic, the walkie on my sleeping bag, and the voice that knew my street. It felt like building a cage for something by describing its bars. I was mid-sentence. When I got back home, I thought I had left it all in the forest, when my eyes drifted away from the text window and back to the desktop behind it. There was a folder I did not recognize. I should say I know my own mess. I have specific kinds of chaos. My desktop has been a junk drawer for years, but it is my junk drawer. I know the names of the files I'm ignoring. This folder had not been there the last 100 times I had shoved files around. Its name sat in the upper left corner of the screen just above a familiar work document, cat logs. All caps, underscore, no extension, not a system folder, not any software I recognized, and it was on my personal machine, not the company laptop. I stared at it for a few seconds, waiting for some sliver of memory to surface. Had I made this as a joke, some half-asleep attempt at organizing a project I'd forgotten after one stupid midnight nothing? I minimized the email, my heart thumping in a stupidly loud way, for something as small as a folder icon. The background image expanded orange leaves and sandstone cliffs, suddenly irrelevant behind that one white label. My first thought was that it might have been created by some piece of bloated software cloud backup antivirus, a transcription tool that had quietly updated itself. Except I did not have any of those set to run in the background. And even if I had, cat logs was not exactly the kind of neutral naming convention they used. Still, rationalization dies hard. It's a temp folder, I told myself. A log for some dumb feature you clicked once months ago. You probably made it yourself and forgot. My fingers moved on their own, sliding the cursor over the folder and double-clicking. It opened instantly. Inside, there was nothing flashy. No subfolders, no images. Just a list of plain text files in the default font stacked one after another like a neat little graveyard. Each file was named the same way: YY, mem, DD, mem, ext dates, times. The newest file sat at the top, by default sort yesterday's date, early morning hour. Below it another and another. The dates marched backward every few days, sometimes 3 in a row, sometimes a week apart. All of them between about 2 summers and 3:30 in the morning. My throat tightened. I clicked the oldest one first, the file all the way at the bottom of the list. It was dated almost 4 months ago. Sometime in late spring, when the apartment had just started running the AC more, and the nights had been that kind of thick, sleepless, warm. The document opened in my default text editor. No formatting, no header. Just 2 lines of text. 225713. It's just the cat. 225716. I'm not. The words sat in the center of the white screen, black and small and utterly straightforward. No speaker labels, no punctuation even. Just timestamps and phrases like a log file from a machine that had decided you did not need context. I felt a cold sweat bead under my shirt. I closed it and opened the next one up the list. Different date, similar pattern. 30402, probably Milo, 30405. You do not lock the chain, the third file, 24149, stop scratching buddy, 24153, closets open again. My own words were easy enough to recognize. I could hear my voice in them as clearly as if I'd recorded those nights. The lazy half-sarcasm of probably Milo, the way I talked to the cat. Without thinking, the mundane annoyance wrapped around phrases like, stop scratching, buddy. But the second lines, no capital letters. Never any I said or you said. Just statements short and flat, dropped into the file like someone had reached over my shoulder and added their own commentary. You do not lock the chain. I can hear you in the closet. The timestamps lined up with the periods I now knew too well. The hush window. The gap when the fridge cut off the vents went quiet, and my apartment seemed to lean toward the possibility of something else. My mind scrambled to find a technical angle. Some rogue app. A transcription program I had installed and forgotten to uninstall. Windows had its own speech recognition. Maybe I'd turned it on by accident. Maybe it had been picking up my muttering at night, turning it into text, and dropping the files into a folder with a default name. except that name was not default. It was pointed. Cat logs. The more files I opened, the worse it got. One from a month ago, 3/19/31, just the cat trying to get in, 3/19/36, I'm not. Another 2 weeks after that, 2/12/07. Hear that it's just the cat, 2/12/12. You keep saying that I started clicking faster, skimming my eyes, snagging on certain phrases. Some logs only had one line, just my sleepy reassurance alone in the white space. Others had 2, 3, a little back and forth that made my skin crawl. In one dated the week before Wayne, the second line read, Udo 2:58:44. I can hear you in the closet. I remembered that night now, the half-waking dread, the sense of someone on the other side of the bedroom wall, the way I had stayed in bed and pretended it was nothing. I leaned back from the laptop as if distance could erase what I'd seen. My chair creaked. Milo lifted his head, ears twitching. There had to be an explanation, some setting buried in an OS update, some prank program from a friend, a virus, malware, anything that would make this someone's idea of a joke instead of a record of my life being monitored and annotated by whatever. I checked my installed applications. Nothing new in months. No speech-to-text tools. No dictation software. No remote desktop clients except the one I used for work, and that had its own strict logs. I had no external microphones, no smart speakers, no little glowing cylinders sitting in the corner waiting to help me. Just the cheap internal mic built into the laptop. The same machine I was using right now. My cursor drifted back to the cat logs window. The most recent file sat at the top. Its name, yesterday's date, 07/11 morning, not night. The timestamp in the file name lined up roughly with when I had finally driven back into Columbus. My chest felt tight as I double-clicked it. This one had only a single line. 07/11/3. You ran, but you brought me back. For a second, all I could hear was Milo's purr, a low motor under the table. The fridge hummed. The HVAC pushed air through the vents. The building was in its daytime mode, sound, layered on sound, until any one of them could hide inside the others. I read the line again. You ran, but you brought me back. The walkie in the tent. The missing mic in the pack. The radio in the closet. The static in the hallway speaker. The ranger telling me they had my gear, including some kind of old radio, bagged at the station. You ran, but you brought me back. I did not remember saying anything like that. I did not remember talking at all when I pulled into the lot that morning, when I climbed the stairs, when I unlocked my door with shaking hands and dumped my empty backpack in the closet. My hand reached for the mouse, hovering over the folder name, ready to right-click, to delete, to rename, to do anything that would reassert some kind of ownership. Before I could click, the fridge in the kitchen snapped off. The hum stopped mid-sentence. The vent noise followed the rushing air, dwindling to a soft sigh, and then nothing. The apartment's entire mechanical soundtrack dropped out in one clean, practiced motion, as if someone had thrown a switch in the basement. The silence that followed was thick. It pushed at my eardrums the way cabin pressure does when a plane descends too fast. I did not move. Behind me, past the edge of the kitchen doorway, the hallway stretched toward the bedroom and the closet. The sliding door there was closed. The walkie I had found sat on the floor inside next to the backpack. I knew exactly where it was positioned. My mind had mapped it as carefully as any fire escape route. In that stretched, unnatural quiet, a sound rose up from the direction of the hallway. Very soft, very familiar. A faint hiss, like someone slowly turning up the volume on an empty radio channel. Static. 7.1. Writing to you, I am at the little dining table right now. If you have stuck with me this far, you have to understand, that this is not a story I wrote after the fact, with a year of distance and hindsight and neat edits. I am writing this in real time, in the exact place a lot of this started, on the same cheap laptop that apparently has been listening to me longer than I realized. The time on the corner of the screen says 1:34 a.m. The apartment looks exactly how you would expect a third-floor one-bedroom off East Dublin Granville to look at this hour. The only light is the one over the kitchen sink, throwing a tired yellow cone over the table, the counter, and the half-open pizza box I never actually finished. The blinds are tilted half shut over the balcony door, letting in a thin slice of sodium orange light from the parking lot below. The soundscape is doing that thing it does when it wants my attention. The box fan is set up in the bedroom doorway, angled so that it blows cooler air down the hall toward me. Its motor hums at a medium speed, pushing a steady band of white noise through the apartment. The AC vent over the hallway exhales a low, continuous rush. The fridge in the corner of the kitchen ticks quietly as it runs compressor working, just hard enough to be heard, if you listen for it. Every now and then, a car rolls past on the main road outside. The sound filters in as a soft whoosh tires on asphalt, then fades. One of my neighbors upstairs moves around floorboards, creaking in a pattern I have mostly learned. Milo is stretched out near my feet under the table close enough that I can feel the occasional brush of fur against my ankle when he flicks his tail. Every so often, his collar bell gives a tiny, lazy ring when he adjusts his head. It is as normal as my life ever gets, and if I tilt my head just right, I can pretend that is all this is. You are probably wondering why I ended up here typing this out to a horror channel when there are obvious, more respectable options. I have thought about that more than you would believe. If I called the police, they would ask me for things they can hold. A description of a suspect, footprints, tool marks, broken locks, forced entries. They would want a person at the end of this, someone they could chase down corridors and into courtrooms. They would take statements, pull camera footage, maybe send a car out to Wayne to look at a tent the ranger has already bagged up. They would hear me say, "There was a voice on a walkie-talkie in my tent telling me it's not my cat," and watch my face very carefully. They would be right to. If I booked an appointment with a therapist, they would look inward instead of outward. They would ask about my childhood, my sleep habits, my stress level at work. They would hear the part about how I lie in bed waiting for the fridge to stop and the vent to go quiet so I can listen for something that might not be there. And they would talk to me about anxiety disorders, about insomnia, about the way a tired brain can generate patterns that feel terrifyingly real. They would be right too. That is the problem. Both of those lenses, crime and trauma, make sense. There could be a guy in my building who knows how to work around cameras and slip radios into closets. There could be a festering knot of fear in my head that turned a misconfigured transcription service and some electrical interference into a stalking presence with my voice. I am not sure which possibility scares me more. What I am sure of is this: the shape of what has been happening to me, the timing, the sounds, the way the world goes thin for a few seconds at specific times, the way some voice has threaded itself through my habits. All of that fits better into the logic of the stories I have heard on your channel than anywhere else. You traffic in patterns that do not resolve, in things that happen to regular people in apartments and cars and tents that never quite made sense afterward, in footsteps that stopped outside bedroom doors, in voices on baby monitors that did not belong to anyone in the house, in weird small sounds that started as "it's probably nothing" and ended as "this is why I am writing to you instead of sleeping." So I am writing to you because I am not asking you to fix it. I am not even asking you to believe me, not fully. I am just trying to get this out of my head and into a place where someone might recognize the pattern, or at least understand the feeling of having your own home soundtrack turned against you. From your perspective, if you are reading this out loud right now, you have already heard the bones of it. The forest and the walkie-talkie in my tent, the voice that told me it was not my cat. The dusty Subaru and the ranger who found some kind of old radio lying on the sleeping bag I left behind. The exact same radio in my hallway closet glowing 249 at me like a punchline. You have heard about the cat logs folder on this laptop, how my own computer has been quietly collecting little transcripts of me talking in my sleep at 2 and 3 in the morning, slap-tagging the times and dates like it is logging error messages. How those logs include lines I know I never said. How some of those lines tell me things about myself I wish were not true. You know about the recording on my phone where my muttered reassurance. It's just the cat got braided together with another whisper timed perfectly to slip in after my. It's using my exhale as its inhale. You know that every time my apartment's machines stop together, I find myself listening for static in places where there should not be any fire alarm speakers, vents the dark gap under the closet door. What you do not know yet, because I am still in the act of writing it, is how this ends. The cursor on the screen blinks in front of me, keeping time with my heartbeat, in a way I am trying hard not to notice. My fingers move over the keys, adding each sentence to the stack, adding each detail to the pile of things I cannot fully explain. Behind the words, beneath the cheap laminate of the tabletop, the apartment breathes its usual way. The AC vent hums. The box fan pushes air down the hall. Milo sighs once the sound small and theatrical, as if he is tired of my tension. The fridge in the kitchen is running. I can hear its compressor working a low, even buzz with a faint tick every few seconds when some internal part shifts against its housing. It is a sound I have known in the background of my life for years, so familiar I only started hearing it when it stopped. As I type the word "stopped" into this sentence, it does. The compressor clicks off mid-cycle. The low buzz cuts out. Silence pours into the space it leaves, not total yet, but sharper. The vent is still going. The fan still hums. But the absence of that one frequency is like someone has turned a spotlight on me. I know this pattern. I know the sequence. Fridge first. Then usually the HVAC. Then the building's hum drops down to a floor so low it feels like the moment before a power outage. I keep typing. Every part of me wants to stop and listen, to hold my breath and tilt my head and track every micro sound in the room. To parse the faintest click, the smallest rustle, to wait for static to rise in some corner or a voice to ride it. I force my eyes to stay on the screen. I write I am going to keep typing through this because if I stop every time the apartment goes quiet, I will never finish this email and you will never hear any of it. It is not entirely true. I am listening anyway. Words or no words, the rest of me has gone still. Down the hall, the vent sighs one last time and then goes still as if someone has closed a valve somewhere deep in the building's ribs. The box fan keeps going, fighting for normal. The pause that follows feels less like the absence of sound and more like someone waiting for me to let my hands fall away from the keys. I do not. Not yet. 7.2. The building joins in the hush, stretches out long enough that I start counting without meaning to. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. The box fan keeps humming in the bedroom doorway, pushing air past my shoulders, but it sounds thinner now, like it is working in a vacuum. The vent is off. The fridge is off. Somewhere far below or above, the building's other noises have dimmed. My fingers hover over the keys. The cursor blinks in the email draft, waiting for the next line. On the floor, Milo's tail flicks once against my ankle. Then he goes very still. The first sound when it comes is one I have been bracing for without admitting it. A short, crisp burst of static from the hallway. Except this time it is louder, sharper. It has that hard-edged crack at the beginning that you get when a mic is hot and somebody hits the talk button a fraction too late. The walkie in my closet, and I know that is where it still is, because I checked twice before I sat down to write, made a small, contained sound, like the world had been shrunk down to the size of its little speaker and then bled into the tent. This sound is bigger. It has space around it. It echoes. It sounds like it came from more than one place at once. For a second, I convinced myself I imagined that spread, that the walls just bounced the noise weirdly. Then it happens again. Another burst identical in texture, but located perfectly this time, right over my front door. If you have ever lived in a building with hardwired fire alarms, you know the exact timbre I mean. The little speaker grill set into the ceiling near your entrance meant to bark evacuation instructions in a calm, automated voice when the system trips. The test tone it sometimes makes when a maintenance guy screws with the panel in the basement. That speaker gives a quick, clean crackle, a sound that hits the drywall and jumps straight to the middle of my skull. Milo is on his feet before I am. His ears snap upright. His pupils dilate to fat black coins, and he stares down the hallway at the door. He does not growl. He does not hiss. He just fixes that spot with an intensity I have rarely seen outside of bug hunts. Milo, I start like I am going to explain it to him. The speaker pops again. This time the static lasts a hair longer, 1 second, maybe 2, and under it, woven into the white noise like a thread, there is that other sound. Breathing. It comes through the fire alarm speaker differently than through the walkie. On the radio in the tent, the breath was too close, intimate, like someone had their mouth almost on the mic. Here it is, filtered through the building's cheap PA guts. The frequency is slightly off, more tinny, like a phone call on a bad connection. But the rhythm is the same. Slow inhale, longer exhale. Not panicked, not confused. Someone taking their time. I stand up without remembering making the decision to. The chair legs scrape against the floor, loud in the quiet. The laptop screen throws a rectangle of pale light across the table and onto my torso, turning my t-shirt into a washed-out gray. For a second, the breathing stops. The sudden absence of it from the speaker is almost worse than the noise itself. It feels like someone holding their breath on the other end of a two-way mirror, waiting to see what you do when you think they are gone. I take 2 steps down the hallway, away from the laptop, toward the door. The carpet muffles my footfalls, but in this level of quiet, I hear even the small crush of fibers. The speaker, a white circle about the size of my palm, sits flush with the ceiling above the doorframe. It has always been there. I have walked under it 1,000 times, holding groceries, keys, coffee cups. Tonight, it looks like an ear. I am almost directly under it when the voice comes through. You type loud when you are scared. The words crackle with the system's limitations. Some syllables fuzz out at the edges. The type comes through half as T and half as noise. But the cadence is right. The tone is right. It is the same voice that told me it was not my cat in the woods. The same voice that told me my exact apartment and floor and timestamp. The same voice that braided itself into my own on the recording. Hearing it come out of my ceiling, amplified by the building's wiring, does something to my sense of scale. It is no longer just a thing that could fit into a walkie or stand in a hallway or slip between trees. It is in the walls now. It has upgraded. My mouth is dry. My tongue feels too thick. Still, the old reflex kicks in. I talk to myself, to Milo, to screens. Why not to this? What do you want? I whisper. The question hits the air and feels tragically small, like a kid's hand pushing against a locked door. It does not need volume. The hallway is dead quiet. Even my whisper bounces back at me off the closed doors on either side. For a heartbeat, nothing. Then that laugh. On the walkie, the laugh had been small and close, as if someone was trying to stifle it. Here, pushed through the PA, it becomes something glitchy and broken. The system is not built for this kind of input. The sound cuts in and out, jolting from speaker bandwidth to static blur and back again. It comes out in stutters like the building is trying to cough it up. It is still recognizably a laugh. The humor in it is wrong. You like stories where people realize things too late, the voice says. The sentence breaks twice on the way out, the like fragmented into 2 syllables, the realize losing its middle. The meaning holds anyway. Now you are in one. The words hang in the hallway, soaked in that low hiss from the speaker. I can feel my heart beating in my fingertips, in my throat. The laptop behind me is still open to the email I am sending you, the cursor blinking patiently, as if to say, well, my brain reaches for something clever, something defiant to say back, and finds nothing. From somewhere farther down the hall, past the elevator, another speaker crackles to life. Same static pop, same faint spin-up. Then another from the opposite direction, near the stairwell, and another above the bend in the corridor. I am standing under one of them, but I can hear the other's identical bursts, spaced by the building's layout. They come slightly out of sync, like a chorus that did not rehearse enough. Each speaker drops into that same low breathing. I take an involuntary half-step back, retreating toward my own door, toward the frame, like it is a physical line between me and what the building is doing. My phone is on the table in the dining area. My keys are next to the sink. The distance between me and the deadbolt feels suddenly too long. You're not... I start not sure what that sentence was going to become. The speaker above me overrides it with a new chant, the voice curling around the words like it is savoring them. Not the cat, it says, distorted. Not the cat. Not the cat. The one down the hall picks it up a half beat later. Not the cat. Not the cat. The stairwell speaker joins late to the party, overlapping by a fraction of a second, so that the phrase turns into a layered mess of syllables washing over each other in waves. Not the cat. Not the cat, not. The building was designed so that in an emergency, every unit would hear the same message at once. Evacuate now. Do not use the elevator. Proceed to the nearest exit. Hearing those speakers used for this, my private little joke turned inside out and shouted through the bones of the place I pay rent in makes my stomach pitch. Behind me, Milo lets out a tiny, confused chirp. I glance back just long enough to see him crouched low near the table, ears, flattened eyes blown wide. He is staring up at the ceiling as if it has grown teeth. I think about the truck. It flashes in my mind, keys in hand door lock, clacking open, the feel of the steering wheel under my palms. The parking lot 3 floors down, lit by the same sodium lamps seeping through my blinds now. The ramp leading out to the street, to I-270, to anywhere that is not here. On paper, it is simple. Grab phone, grab keys, scoop up Milo if I can bolt. Take the stairs, not the elevator. Hit the fob, get in, drive. Except my brain does the math on open space versus hidden space, and the numbers do not come out comforting. In the forest, the trees felt like too much cover. Now the opposite is true. The idea of stepping out into that broad, exposed lot with its long sight lines and nowhere to stand with your back against anything but a car door makes my skin crawl. If the voice is in the building's speakers, in the wiring, in the systems that run the alarms and paging, What makes me think the cables stop at the walls? That the reach of whatever this is ends at my front door? Downstairs, the fire alarm panel is probably humming quietly to itself, all green lights and ready status. It is part of a network that arcs over concrete and into parking structures and security cameras, and maybe into the little mic at the gas station down the road that lets clerks talk to customers through bulletproof glass. If I go outside, I leave the walls that at least I know. I trade the oppressive familiarity of my hallway for the sky, and I have no reason to believe that is an upgrade. I stand under the speaker, caught between the urge to bolt and the urge to press myself flat against the door and pretend the wood is thicker than it is. Above me, the chant continues rippling down the hallway in overlapping loops. Not the cat. Not the cat. Not the cat. The words have been stripped of meaning by repetition, but the cadence still lands in my gut. Each knot is a small, precise denial of the thing that used to let me sleep. I realize with a weird sort of detached clarity that I am in exactly the kind of scene I always liked best on your channel, the part where the narrator's options narrow, where they start to understand that their life has been moving toward this point for longer than they knew. It is not satisfying from this side. It is just loud breathing coming out of the ceiling and my own front door suddenly looking as thin as a tent flap. 7.2. The building joins in. The hush stretches out long enough that I start counting without meaning to. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. The box fan keeps humming in the bedroom doorway, pushing air past my shoulders, but it sounds thinner now, like it is working in a vacuum. The vent is off. The fridge is off. Somewhere far below or above the building's other noises have dimmed. My fingers hover over the keys. The cursor blinks in the email draft, waiting for the next line. On the floor, Milo's tail flicks once against my ankle. Then he goes very still. The first sound when it comes is one I have been bracing for without admitting it, a short, crisp burst of static from the hallway. Except this time it is louder, sharper. It has that hard-edged crack at the beginning that you get when a mic is hot and somebody hits the talk button a fraction too late. The walkie in my closet, and I know that is where it still is, because I checked twice before I sat down to write, made a small, contained sound. Like the world had been shrunk down to the size of its little speaker and then bled into the tent. This sound is bigger. It has space around it. It echoes. It sounds like it came from more than one place at once. For a second, I convinced myself, I imagined that spread, that the walls just bounced the noise weirdly. Then it happens again. Another burst identical in texture, but located perfectly this time. Right over my front door. If you have ever lived in a building with hardwired fire alarms, you know the exact timbre I mean. The little speaker grill set into the ceiling near your entrance, meant to bark evacuation instructions in a calm, automated voice when the system trips. The test tone it sometimes makes when a maintenance guy screws with the panel in the basement. That speaker gives a quick, clean crackle, a sound that hits the drywall and jumps straight to the middle of my skull. Milo is on his feet before I am. His ears snap upright, his pupils dilate to fat black coins, and he stares down the hallway at the door. He does not growl. He does not hiss. He just fixes that spot with an intensity I have rarely seen outside of bug hunts. Milo, I start like I am going to explain it to him. The speaker pops again. This time the static lasts a hair longer, 1 second, maybe 2, and under it, woven into the white noise like a thread, there is that other sound, breathing. It comes through the fire alarm speaker differently than through the walkie. On the radio in the tent, the breath was too close, intimate, like someone had their mouth almost on the mic. Here it is, filtered through the building's cheap PA guts. The frequency is slightly off, more tinny, like a phone call on a bad connection. But the rhythm is the same. Slow inhale, longer exhale, not panicked, not confused. Someone taking their time. I stand up without remembering making the decision to. The chair legs scrape against the floor, loud in the quiet. The laptop screen throws a rectangle of pale light across the table and onto my torso, turning my t-shirt into a washed-out gray. For a second, the breathing stops. The sudden absence of it from the speaker is almost worse than the noise itself. It feels like someone holding their breath on the other end of a two-way mirror, waiting to see what you do when you think they are gone. I take 2 steps down the hallway, away from the laptop toward the door. The carpet muffles my footfalls, but in this level of quiet, I hear even the small crush of fibers. The speaker, a white circle about the size of my palm, sits flush with the ceiling above the doorframe. It has always been there. I have walked under it 1,000 times, holding groceries, keys, coffee cups. Tonight it looks like an ear. I am almost directly under it when the voice comes through. You type loud when you are scared. The words crackle with the system's limitations. Some syllables fuzz out at the edges. The type comes through half as tea and half as noise. But the cadence is right. The tone is right. It is the same voice that told me it was not my cat in the woods. The same voice that told me my exact apartment and floor and timestamp. The same voice that braided itself into my own on the recording. Hearing it come out of my ceiling, amplified by the building's wiring, does something to my sense of scale. It is no longer just a thing that could fit into a walkie or stand in a hallway or slip between trees. It is in the walls now. It is upgraded. My mouth is dry. My tongue feels too thick. Still, the old reflex kicks in. I talk to myself, to Milo, to screens. Why not to this? What do you want? I whisper. The question hits the air and feels tragically small, like a kid's hand pushing against a locked door. It does not need volume. The hallway is dead quiet. Even my whisper bounces back at me off the closed doors on either side. For a heartbeat, nothing. Then that laugh. On the walkie, the laugh had been small and close, as if someone was trying to stifle it. Here, pushed through the PA, it becomes something glitchy and broken. The system is not built for this kind of input. The sound cuts in and out, jolting from speaker bandwidth to static blur and back again. It comes out in stutters, like the building is trying to cough it up. It is still recognizably a laugh. The humor in it is wrong. You like stories where people realize things too late, the voice says. The sentence breaks twice on the way out, the like fragmented into 2 syllables, the realize losing its middle. The meaning holds anyway. Now you are in one. The words hang in the hallway, soaked in that low hiss from the speaker. I can feel my heart beating in my fingertips, in my throat. The laptop behind me is still open to the email I am sending you, the cursor blinking patiently, as if to say, well, my brain reaches for something clever, something defiant to say back, and finds nothing. From somewhere farther down the hall, past the elevator, another speaker crackles to life. Same static pop, same faint spin-up. Then another from the opposite direction near the stairwell, and another above the bend in the corridor. I am standing under one of them, but I can hear the other's identical bursts, spaced by the building's layout. They come slightly out of sync, like a chorus that did not rehearse enough. Each speaker drops into that same low breathing. I take an involuntary half-step back, retreating toward my own door, toward the frame, like it is a physical line between me and what the building is doing. My phone is on the table in the dining area. My keys are next to the sink. The distance between me and the deadbolt feels suddenly too long. You're not, I start, not sure what that sentence was going to become. The speaker above me overrides it with a new chant, the voice curling around the words like it is savoring them. Not the cat, it says, distorted. Not the cat. Not the cat. The one down the hall picks it up a half beat later. Not the cat. Not the cat. The stairwell speaker joins late to the party, overlapping by a fraction of a second, so that the phrase turns into a layered mess of syllables washing over each other in waves. Not the cat. Not the cat. Not. The building was designed so that in an emergency, every unit would hear the same message at once. Evacuate now. Do not use the elevator. Proceed to the nearest exit. Hearing those speakers used for this, my private little joke turned inside out and shouted through the bones of the place I pay rent in, makes my stomach pitch. Behind me, Milo lets out a tiny, confused chirp. I glance back just long enough to see him crouched low near the table, ears flattened, eyes blown wide. He is staring up at the ceiling as if it has grown teeth. I think about the truck. It flashes in my mind, keys and hand door lock clacking open, the feel of the steering wheel under my palms. The parking lot 3 floors down, lit by the same sodium lamps seeping through my blinds now. The ramp leading out to the street, to I-270, to anywhere that is not here. On paper, it is simple. Grab phone, grab keys, scoop up Milo if I can bolt. Take the stairs, not the elevator, hit the fob, get in, drive. Except my brain does the math on open space versus hidden space, and the numbers do not come out comforting. In the forest, the trees felt like too much cover. Now the opposite is true. The idea of stepping out into that broad, exposed lot with its long sight lines and nowhere to stand, with your back against anything but a car door, makes my skin crawl. If the voice is in the building's speakers, in the wiring, in the systems that run the alarms and paging, what makes me think the cables stop at the walls? That the reach of whatever this is ends at my front door. Downstairs, the fire alarm panel is probably humming quietly to itself, all green lights and ready status. It is part of a network that arcs over concrete and into parking structures and security cameras and maybe into the little mic at the gas station down the road that lets clerks talk to customers through bulletproof glass. If I go outside, I leave the walls that at least I know. I trade the oppressive familiarity of my hallway for the sky, and I have no reason to believe that is an upgrade. I stand under the speaker, caught between the urge to bolt and the urge to press myself flat against the door and pretend the wood is thicker than it is. Above me, the chant continues rippling down the hallway in overlapping loops. Not the cat. Not the cat. Not the cat. The words have been stripped of meaning by repetition, but the cadence still lands in my gut. Each knot is a small, precise denial of the thing that used to let me sleep. I realize with a weird sort of detached clarity that I am in exactly the kind of scene I always liked best on your channel. The part where the narrator's options narrow, where they start to understand that their life has been moving toward this point for longer than they knew. It is not satisfying from this side. It is just loud breathing coming out of the ceiling, and my own front door suddenly looking as thin as a tent flap.